about it, but you're allowed to talk about it. I hope you do, because there's never been anybody so conflicted as this. As far as the trial itself, it was very unfair. We weren't allowed going in from all parts of the world, not just South America, from Africa, from Asia, from the Middle East. And they're coming in from jails and prisons, and they're coming in from mental institutions and insane asylums. They're coming in from all over the world into our country. And we have a president and a group of fascists that don't want to do anything about it, because they could right now, today, he could stop it. But he's not. They're destroying our country. Our country is in very bad shape, and they're very much against me saying these things. They want to raise your taxes by 4 times. They want to stop you from having cars with their ridiculous mandates that make it impossible for you to get a car or afford a car. It make it very possible for China to build all of our cars. It's a very serious problem that we have. We just went through one of many experiences where we had a conflicted judge, highly conflicted. There's never been a more conflicted judge. Now, I'm under a gag order, which nobody's ever been under. No presidential candidate's ever been under a gag order before. I'm under a gag order, nasty gag order, where I've had to pay thousands of dollars in penalties and fines and was threatened with jail. Think of it. I'm the leading candidate. I'm leading Biden by a lot, and I'm leading the Republicans to the point where that's over. So I'm the leading person for president, and I'm under a gag order by a man that can't put 2 sentences together, given by a court, and they are in total conjunction with the White House and the DOJ, just so you understand. This is all done by Biden and his people. Maybe his people more importantly. I don't know if Biden knows too much about it, because I don't know if he knows about anything. But he's nevertheless the president, so we have to use his name. And this is done by Washington, and nobody's ever seen anything like it. So we have a judge who's highly conflicted. You know what the confliction is. Nobody wants to write about it, and I'm not allowed to talk about it. If I do, he said, I get put in jail. So we'll play that game a little bit longer. We won't talk about it, but you're allowed to talk about it. I hope you do, because there's never been anybody so conflicted as this. As far as the trial itself, it was very unfair. We weren't allowed to use our election expert under any circumstances. You saw what happened to some of the witnesses that were on our side. They were literally crucified by this man who looks like an angel, but he's really a devil. He looks so nice and soft. People say, oh, he seems like such a nice man. No, unless you saw him in action. And you saw that with a certain witness that went through hell. And when we wanted to do things, he wouldn't let us do those things. But when the government wanted something, they got everything. They got everything they wanted. It was a rigged trial. We wanted a venue change where we could have a fair trial. We didn't get it. We wanted a judge change. We wanted a judge that wasn't conflicted. And obviously he didn't do that. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We had a DA who is a failed DA. Crime is rampant in New York, violent crime. That's what he's really supposed to be looking at. Crime is rampant in New York. Yesterday in McDonald's, you had a man hitting him up with machetes, a machete. Whoever can imagine even a machete being wielded in a store, in a place where they're eating, and he's going rampant. And Bragg is down watching a trial on what they call crimes. They're falsifying business records. That sounds so bad. To me, it sounds very bad. You know, it's only a misdemeanor, but to me, it sounds so bad. When they say falsifying business, that's a bad thing for me. I've never had that before. I'm falsifying. You know what falsifying business records is? In the first degree. They say falsifying business records. Sounds so good, right? It means that legal expense. I paid a lawyer, totally legal. I paid a lawyer a legal expense. And a bookkeeper, without any knowledge from me, correctly marked it down in the books. A very professional woman, highly respected, she testified, marked it down in the books as a legal expense. So a legal expense, paid a lawyer, is a legal expense in the books. It's not sheetrock, construction, or any other thing. It's a legal expense. Think of that. This is what the falsification of business records were. And I said, what else are you going to call it? What else are you going to call it? Now, I would have testified. I wanted to testify. The theory is you never testify, because as soon as you testify, anybody, if it were George Washington, don't testify, because they'll get you on something that you said slightly wrong, and then they sue you for perjury. But I didn't care about that. I wanted to. But the judge allowed them to go into everything that I was ever involved in, not this case, everything that I was ever involved in, which is a first. In other words, you could go into every single thing that I ever did. Was he a bad boy here? Was he a bad boy there? And my lawyer said, what do you need to go through? And all you wanted to do is testify simply on this case. Because I would have loved to have testified. To this day, I would have liked to have testified. But you would have said something out of whack, like it was a beautiful sunny day and it was actually raining out. And I very much appreciate the big crowd of people outside. That's incredible what's happening. The level of support has been incredible. So the whole thing is legal expense was marked down.
Very interesting. I just want to do a little quick intro with y'all real quick. How's it going, y'all boys? It's your boy DJ Grimlock. I came in here to do a little stream with y'all today. I have a very good planned stream, which I'm going to be doing at 6 p.m. I'm also doing, we also got to listen to the Eminem album. But my bad, I wasn't able to do it yesterday. So we're going to be waiting on Jeff to get in here. He's probably going to be in here later on tonight. And when Jeff is here, we'll get to listen to music. I've been holding off to listen to any Eminem until then. So, actually, any music. So we're just chilling today. Just another basic day. Just chilling. We had a good night. I think Academics had a great stream. What was it, yesterday or 2 nights ago? It was a good stream last night. Yeah, last night. The reason why I didn't stream after 12, because I streamed that whole day, like 12 hours, something like that. So, that's good. We reached our 200 follower goal. That's good. I don't really know why we even worried about followers. Like, I've already had like 30,000 people on the stream before, so I'll be looking at my stats. I'm like, who's writing these stats? Because they don't seem accurate. But anyway, that's for another day. Thank y'all for being here. This is Stay Woke TV.
Down as legal expense. Think of it. This is the crime that I committed.
Well, by the way, I didn't even get to do my intro. So the boy Trump just got all 34 counts guilty of falsifying documents, which kind of seems basic. They try to make it seem more extreme than it really is. I guess in theory, he can do some time for this. He's never been charged with anything before, so he has that in his repertoire, I guess. He got that as some little ammo to give him lesser time. From what I'm hearing, they might already appeal this. The appeal is most likely gonna go through. So we'll see. Is it a witch hunt? Yeah, I mean, probably. I mean, I listen, man. I'm not a Trump fan, but is it a witch hunt? Yeah, it probably is a witch hunt. All bets are on it's a witch hunt because they had all this information 7 years ago. So I don't know what else to say. They're trying to find something. Shout out Stoplin with the follow. I see you. Thank you. And let's get straight into it, man.
That I'm supposed to go to jail for 187 years for. When you have violent crime all over this city at levels that nobody...
Reporting live to you from Palm Beach County. Don't take that as a. Don't think I'm Republican just because I said that.
Man, we don't want to
It's just a coincidence.
get involved with that. I could go through the books of any business person
I'm not Democrat either. I just want to say that.
that, in theory, I guess, let's indict him, let's destroy his life.
If you're any of these things, you're a sheep. I'm not a sheep.
Out there because I'm doing something for this country and I'm doing something for our Constitution. It's very important, far beyond me. And this can't be allowed to happen to other presidents. It should never be allowed to happen in the future. But this is far beyond me. This is bigger than Trump. This is bigger than me. This is bigger than my presidency. And the people understand it because I just see a poll just came out, the Daily Mail. That was the first one, came out, it was done last night right after the verdict, where I'm up 6 points. 6 points from what we already were. We were leading fairly substantially. We're up 6 points in the Daily Mail poll. Now, maybe other polls come out and it says something differently. But a lot of people have predicted it because the public understands and they understand what's going on. This is a scam. This is a rigged trial. It shouldn't have been in that venue. We shouldn't have had that judge. He should have allowed us to have an election expert. We had the best expert, most respected expert, head of the Federal Elections Commission. He was all set to testify. He was waiting for 2 days. And when it was his turn, Bragg's people protested. And the judge knocked him out, said, you can't testify. He actually said you can't testify for anything having to do with the trial. You can say what the federal elections is. Well, that doesn't help. Everybody knows that. But you can't testify. So essentially, he wasn't able to testify. Other people weren't able to testify. But with these people, they were able to use people salacious. By the way, and nothing ever happened. There was no anything. Nothing ever happened, and they know it. But they were as salacious as they could be, and it had nothing to do with the case, but it had to do with politics. And do you notice the timing? The timing was perfect. This case was dead. It was dropped by every agency, every governmental board. It was dropped by the highly respected Southern District. They said, no, there's no case here. It was dropped by federal election, and that's what it's about. This is about a federal election, not a state election. You're not even allowed to look at it. They took the state and the city, and they went into a federal election. They're not allowed. The people from federal election, Southern District, and Washington dropped the case. Everybody dropped the case. There was no case. Cy Vance dropped the case. And when Bragg came in, he said, this is the most ridiculous case I've ever seen. And who would have a certain person, again, gag order, who would have a certain person like this ever testify? He said, this is essentially one of the worst people I've ever seen, ever, to testify. He said, the craziest case I've ever seen. This is Bragg. Then when I announced I was running for president, long time later, they decided to revive this case. And they got a judge, Judge Marchand, who was responsible for another case that was also brought. It destroyed the life of a very good man, by the way. Destroyed the life of a very good man who went to prison once, and then they just put him in prison again because they said he lied. He didn't lie. I looked at the statements he made. In fact, he didn't remember something, and they put him in jail. Again, they've destroyed him. With me for many years, he was an honorable person. He was an honest man. And if you look at what he did, supposedly, it never happened. There's never been anything like this. Over the education of his grandchildren. Over, he didn't report that he had a car or 2 cars on his income. I don't know. I wonder how many people here have cars. I wonder how many people said, oh, gee, I have a car that's worth X dollars. How do you even figure it? And I guess you do have to report it, but I would say probably almost nobody does. Nobody even thinks about it. They put this man, they destroyed this man, but they put him in jail again because they didn't want him to testify. They didn't want him to testify. That's why he went to jail. They put him in jail twice. He's 77 years old.
God damn.
Now, normally I'd say that's an old guy, but I don't feel 77. Nobody ever says that about me. I'd like them to say, gee, we have to have a little sorrow for this man, because they just don't say that about me. But maybe I'm better off that way. I think I'm probably better off that way. But they put him in jail twice.
Yeah, nigga, you look 77.
And you have to see what they put him in jail. And he was threatened by the judge. This man was told, you're going to get 15 years in jail if you don't give up Trump. And he was told that. You're going to get 15 years in jail. And he made a plea deal because he didn't want to spend the rest of his life. And he was told that viciously. We're living in a fascist state. He was told that viciously. So you can go to jail for 4 months, 5 months, or you can get 15 years in jail. So do a plea. Almost who wouldn't do that plea? Everyone does those pleas. It's a horrible thing. There's a whole group of lawyers that fight that. It's so unfair. It's so unfair. But they destroyed his life. So many other things. You look at Southern District didn't want to bring the case. Nobody wanted to bring the case. And then you know who didn't want to bring the case most of all? Is Bragg. Bragg didn't want to bring it. But then he brought it. And they tried to make it a different case. They didn't say legal expense equal legal expense. Again, if I wrote down and paid a lawyer, and by the way, this was a highly qualified lawyer. Now, I'm not allowed to use his name because of the gag order. But, you know, he's a sleazebag. Everybody knows that. Took me a while to find out. But he was effective. He did work. But he wasn't a fixer. He was a lawyer. You know, they like to use the word fixer. He wasn't a fixer. He was a lawyer. At the time, he was a fully accredited lawyer. Now, he got into trouble not because of me. He got into trouble because he made outside deals, and he had something to do with taxi cabs and medallions, and he borrowed money. And that's why he went. And then he pled to three election violations. And as soon as I saw that, I said, I wonder why he did that. He pled. He took a deal. Now, he took a deal because he wanted to get off.
That's true. That's true. Why does the feds and the state able to easily take people's word who are fighting for their livelihood? It's too easy for someone to be like, all right, I'm telling the truth now. But you weren't telling the truth when it was when we caught you, you weren't saying nothing. Now, since we made a deal, you know everything. How is your testimony reliable? Not saying it should be thrown out, but I'm just saying, what kind of, like, how are we gonna know for sure that you're reliable?
I'll take a plea deal, and I want to get off. And he wanted to make a deal with the Southern District. And they wrote the worst report I think I've ever seen on any human being other than the report.
And saying something like, if we catch you in a lie, then that means we're going to get you even in more trouble. That's not enough, fam. That's not enough to know someone's telling the truth. People do whatever it takes to save their own ass. This is why the only reason I bring this up, because I'm just finding parallels with this and the Young Thug trial. It's like, we're all over here. So you mean this whole trial is off the testimony of one guy, and one guy who, if he didn't snitch, he was going to serve about 60 years and like 30 to 60 years in prison? Like, what the fuck? Of course he made up a story. But then again, I could be wrong. I'm not even going to say I'm 100% right. I'm just putting that in context. Like, if some guy just agrees with everything y'all saying, there's a way that he can be telling a complete lie and still be released from prison. Like, that's kind of crazy.
That was written on James Comey by the Inspector General, a very great Inspector General, actually. wrote a report that was so bad. This one was possibly worse. The Southern District, the judge didn't let us use it. He said, it's hearsay. I said, it's not hearsay. Wouldn't let us use it. This is about the man. But he got in trouble for a very simple reason, because he was involved with borrowing a lot of money, and he did something with the banks. I don't know if it's defrauded the banks, but something happened. You guys know what it is. And then in addition to that, he gave up on 3 things where he wasn't guilty. In fact, they were going to testify in that. The head of the FEC, the Brad Smith, the election expert, #1 rated in the country, who was going to testify. He took a plea on 3 things. He just added them in because that gave him more bargaining power with respect to me. But the 3 things that he pled on, having to do with the election and having to do essentially a little bit with me, they weren't crimes. They weren't crimes. Nor is paying money under an NDA. So we have an NDA, non-disclosure agreement. It's a big deal, a non-disclosure agreement. Totally honorable, totally good, totally accepted. Everybody has them. Every company has non-disclosure agreements. But the press called it slush fund and all sorts of other things. Hush money, hush money. It's not hush money. It's called a non-disclosure agreement. And most of the people in this room have a non-disclosure agreement with their company. It's a disgrace. So it's not hush money. It's a non-disclosure agreement, totally legal, totally common. Everyone has it. And what happened is he signed a non-disclosure agreement with this person, I guess other people, but it's totally honest. You're allowed to make the payment. You don't have to make it. You can make it any way you want. It's a non-disclosure agreement. And he signed that. And there was nothing wrong with signing it. And this should have been a non-case. And everybody said it was a non-case, including Bragg. Bragg said, until I ran for office. And then they saw the polls. I was leading the Republicans. I was leading the Democrats. I was leading everybody. And all of a sudden, they brought it back. It's a very sad thing that's happening in our country. And it's a thing that I'm honored. In a way, I'm honored. It's not that it's pleasant. It's very bad for family. It's very bad for friends and businesses. But I'm honored to be involved in it because somebody has to do it. And I might as well keep going and be the one. But I'm very honored to be involved because we're fighting for our Constitution. The money that was paid legally. There was nothing illegal. In fact, the lawyer in creating the NDA, because at that time he was a fully accredited lawyer. He wasn't a fixer. I never thought of him as a fixer. The media called him a fixer, or the prosecutors called him a fixer. He was.
All right, chat. Listen, we're gonna go through this video, name the things Donald Trump is saying, and then we're gonna go through each one of them to see if he's telling the truth. That's what we're gonna be doing in the next week. That's our project.
He was a lawyer, and he was fairly good. Later on, I didn't like what he did. I didn't like, for instance, I didn't like that when I became president, he went around and made deals with companies. When I heard that, he was gone. He was gone. And he had payments coming to him, and a lot of this involved things that are very simple. There was nothing wrong. This was standard stuff, all standard stuff. Everything involved was standard. There was no crime here. In fact, I just watched a couple of the reports. You watched Jonathan Turley, Andy McCarthy, Greg Jarrett. You look at all of these people, Mark Levin, all very talented people, great people, many more. And they don't know me, essentially. They don't know me. They're legal scholars and experts. But I look at them. I watched Turley this morning saying, there's no crime here. Everybody says there's no crime here, except for this DA that's got the city out of control with crime. It's absolutely out of control. So we have an NDA that was signed. We have legal expenses. And here's the thing, on legal expenses, you have 100 where they say, they do a charge. I just recorded this out. Falsification of business records in the first degree. It sounds so bad. I said, wow. And even my own lawyers, I get very upset with them because they don't say what it is. They say, well, falsification of legal records is only a felony. Well, that's a lot. It's only they say a misdemeanor. But they try and bring it up to a felony if there's 2 crimes. They have all these different things. The other thing is they missed the statute of limitations by a lot because this was very old. They could have brought this 7 years ago instead of bringing it right in the middle of the election. So they missed the statute of limitations. They did everything. Now, let me give you the good news. The good news is last night, we just got a report this morning, in the history of politics, I believe, maybe I'm wrong, somebody will find that I'm wrong, maybe, but I don't think so. They raised with small money donors, meaning like $21, $42, $53, $38, a record $39 million in about a 10-hour period. No, think of that.
Yeah, that is true. He raised a lot of money after.
I like those people.
After a guilty plea. The Democrats, they be missing the ball so many times. All they would have to do is put people on the border, and they just like, nah. They rather have the cheap labor. It's crazy. Well, I guess it kept us from going into a recession, so you also got to think about that. I don't know. It just definitely seems different nowadays, but I could be wrong.
Because so far, I guess it's backfiring. Now, I don't know. I'd rather not have it happen. I don't want to have it backfire. I don't want to win this thing legitimately, not because they were stupid and did things that they shouldn't be doing. They shouldn't have brought this case. They were saying it this morning. This is a case that should not have been brought.
I think so, too.
I watched Andy McCarthy say this is a case that should not have been brought. And that was this morning. But they all say that. Every legal scholar has said it. And these are great people. They really understand the law. The other thing, a poll just came out. The first poll, I don't know, maybe others will be bad. But a poll just came out a little while ago. The Daily Mail. Does anybody read the Daily Mail? It's very good. They have a good poll. At least I like it today. And the Daily Mail just came out with a poll, and it has Trump up 6 points in the last 12 hours. 6 points. 6 points since this happened. Who thought this could happen? Because the people of our country know it's a hoax. They know it's a hoax. They get it. You know, they're really smart, and it's really something. So we're going to be appealing this.
It might be a witch hunt. I ain't gonna lie. It definitely seems like there's forces that want this to happen, which is crazy in America, which is scary. Definitely scary. But we'll see.
Scam. We're going to be appealing it on many different things. He wouldn't allow us to have witnesses. He wouldn't allow us to talk. He wouldn't allow us to do anything. The judge was a tyrant. And you got to see that with Bob Costello. A fine man. I've never seen anything like it. And neither has anybody that was in that courthouse where he demanded that the courthouse be cleared. Now, the good news is most of the people in the courthouse were the media. And anybody that was in the media, if you're fair, you'll say, wow, that was anger. That was crazed. He was crazed. And the reason that Bob Costello acted a little bit upset, which I think he has a right to, was that every question he was being asked was being objected to by the other side and sustained by the judge. Sustained. I think he did it many times. I don't know what the number, many times. Even I was sitting there saying, and these were basic questions. And I never saw anybody treated that way by a judge. And I've been treated very badly by two other judges also, because it's all the same thing. And it all comes out of the White House. Crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country. He's the worst president in the history of our country. The most incompetent. He's the dumbest president we've ever had. He's the dumbest president, most incompetent president, and he's the most dishonest president we've ever had. And so many of he's a Manchurian candidate. You take a look at the way he treats China, Russia, so many others. You know, I ended the Russian pipeline. It was dead. He comes in and he approves it. And he gets $3.5 million, meaning $3.5 million is paid to the family, his family, from the mayor of Moscow's wife. And I said, where did that come from? Nobody wants to talk about it. But he's a very big danger to our country. And the only way they think they can win this election is by doing exactly what they're doing right now, win it in the courts because they can't win it at the ballot box. So we're going to show them that, we're going to fight. It's actually, I don't know, it's something where I'm wired in such a way that a lot of people would have gone away a long time ago. They would have gone away after impeachment hoax number 1. That was a total hoax. I had great support from the Republican Party, though. Then you had impeachment hoax number 2. And then they formed the committee. How about they formed the committee of thugs, the J6 committee of thugs. And they took their records and they destroyed all of the records after the committee was abandoned because those records were great for us. Now, can you imagine if Republicans did that? Everybody would have been in jail by now. Think of it, the unselect, I call it the unselect. They call it select committee. I call it the unselect committee of thugs. They meet. It's 100% Democrat and 2 past Republicans that are no longer Republicans, that are no longer in business anymore, thank you. But it was all Democrats and 2 wayward Republicans. Liz Cheney and crying Adam Kinzinger. He cries every time he goes on television.
How long is this fucking
the most
thing?
emotional human
30
being
minutes.
I've ever seen. And that was our representatives. These 2 people were our rep. So they had all this stuff that they're leaking. And then when it came time to look at the records, like where the police said and the Capitol Guard said that I supplied, think of it, that I recommended as many soldiers or National Guard as you want. 10,000. If you had 500, you wouldn't have had a problem. There wouldn't have been a J6. But Nancy Pelosi and the group didn't want it. Anyway, so they have testimony to all of that I did not attack the Secret Service agent in the front of a car. You know, these are strong people. And I supposedly went to the driver, and I grabbed him around the neck. And he rebuffed me. And then I went to the other guy, who I think is a black belt in karate. And he's slightly younger than me. Maybe 35 years, 40 years, 50 years. And I grabbed him around the neck and said, he's a black belt in karate. They know how to get somebody from around their neck. They would have gone like this, and that would be the end of that. Actually, I had a friend that said, you shouldn't dispute that. That makes you look like the toughest cookie we've ever seen. You should have let that go on. But the fact is, it never happened. It was all made up. And that was proven to be made up. It proved to be a false story. And they deleted and destroyed all of that information, every ounce of it. We're dealing with a corrupt government. We have a corrupt country. Our elections are corrupt. Our borders are open. Our borders are going to be closed very soon. November 5th is going to be the most important day in the history of our country. Now, when I say that, because my people are always saying, do this, because we're fighting for America, DonaldJTrump.com. I hope everybody watching right now, DonaldJTrump.com, because it really makes a difference. They have a lot of money on the other side. I don't know where they get it. Nobody knows where they get it. But for some reason, they get money. But they're not on the side of our country. In many ways, I think they hate our country. Who on earth can want open borders where people are allowed to pour in from countries unknown, from places unknown, from languages that we haven't even heard of? We have people sitting in schools with languages where very few people have ever even heard of these languages. It's not like Spanish or French or Russian. Languages unknown. we have people coming from corners of the globe, and many of them are not good people. Many terrorists, record levels of terrorism, record levels of terrorists have come into our country. Record. They've never seen anything like it. You know, there was a report that in 2019, I don't believe this, by the way, the media gave it, and it was good for me, believe it or not. They said in 2019, there were no terrorists recorded that came into our country. I don't believe that. I don't think that's possible. But 2019 was a Trump year. I don't believe that that could be possible. But they said no terrorists came into our country. So let's say it was close. Let's say it was close. But now record levels of terrorists, record levels, the highest level we've ever seen of terrorists are pouring into our country. You have China with just in the last few months, 29,000 people came in, and I looked at them on a line, and they look like perfect soldiers. They're almost all male, from 19 to 25. It looks like a recruiting exercise. They have beautiful tents. They have propane stoves. They have cell phones, the best you can buy. I said, what's going on? It looks like they're building an army right in our country. Now, I don't think that would happen, right? We're losing our country. And I really think that this is an event, what took place yesterday with this judge. Look, we have conflicted, but he's a crooked judge, and you'll understand that. And I say that knowing that it's very dangerous for me to say that, and I don't mind, because I'm willing to do whatever I have to do to save our country and to save our Constitution. I don't mind. So thank you. So we will continue the fight. We're going to make America great again. Very simple. When people fight MAGA, they say, we're going to fight. I watch Biden. We're going to fight MAGA. We're going to stop MAGA. It's make America great again. That's all it is. MAGA. Make America great again. Our country's in serious trouble. We owe $36 trillion. We were energy independent for the first time ever, and now we're begging Venezuela for oil. One statistic you have to hear. Venezuela was crime-ridden. Caracas, the cities, crime-ridden. 2 years ago, 3 years ago. They just reported a 72% drop in crime in the last year because all of their criminals, most of them, and the rest are coming in now, the ones that didn't come in. In Venezuela, their prisons have been emptied into the United States. Their criminals and drug dealers have been taken out of the cities and brought into the United States. And that's true with many other countries. The Congo has just released a lot of people from jail. Congo, Africa, just released a lot of people from their prisons and jails and brought them into the United States of America. This is what's happening to our country, and it's not sustainable by anyone. Little things like our kids can't have a Little League game anymore because you have tents and you have migrants living on the fields. That's the least of it. People are taking over our luxury hotels, migrants, and yet our veterans, our great veterans, are living on the streets like dogs. They're living on the streets. But migrants are living in luxury hotels in cities all over our country run by Democrats. So it's my honor to be doing this. It really is. It's a very unpleasant thing, to be honest. But it's a great, great honor. We're gonna do what I have to do. I'm going to do it. And the support has been, that's why I mentioned the number of $39 million. That's why I mentioned we're up 6 points. And we went up a lot over the last month because everybody saw it was a rigged deal. It was a rigged trial. But we're going to make America great again. We're going to make it better than ever before. November 5th, remember, November 5th is the most important day in the history of our country. Thank you very much, everybody.
All righty then. that was Trump. I guess we'll see. I mean, I definitely think the Democrats are probably making a mistake, but I don't think they care. I think they just want to get him out of the way, and I think Trump is right about that. And it's kind of sad. It is sad because it's sad. They shouldn't be doing this. They should just win like everyone else, and don't be bringing up cases that happened 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago. If you wanted to get them from the White House thing, get them when it happened, bro. It was illegal when it happened, not 4 years later. Like, come on, fam. So that's my opinion about it. We'll keep on going. Other than that, they really don't like that nigga. They trying to get his ass out of here. Hypersonic what? Hypersonic, huh?
Well, imagine this. Flying from Tampa to China, Australia, or anywhere else in less than an hour. Flight engineers at the University of Central Florida are figuring out the secret to safe hypersonic travel. And Fox 13's Craig Patrick explains their discovery in tonight's edition of Breakthroughs in Science.
NASA developed the X-59 to break the speed barrier without emitting the deafening supersonic boom on people below. And right now, commercial airlines are producing a new generation of supersonic jets to cut passenger flight times in half. But while that's all drawing a great deal of excitement, as it should, these students at the University of Central Florida have already taken a much greater leap. 10 minutes by air from Tampa to California.
Yes.
Now, they've not yet built such a jet, but they did figure out how to stabilize a hypersonic engine in this lab. That's hypersonic as opposed to supersonic. NASA's X-59 supersonic aircraft is designed to fly 925 miles per hour. UCF's hypersonic design could lead up to air travel 14 times faster, up to 13,000 miles per hour.
The first reaction was actually denial. So from not believing it's actually real.
Now, for context, we've powered engines through internal combustion for more than 200 years.
When you have like a fuel injector on a car, it sprays mist into your combustor.
The fuel mist burns, which releases energy, which drives motion. And so we currently ride or fly on comparatively slow, controlled reactions like a burning candle flame. But with hypersonic engines, instead of a slow burn, they set off a chain of powerful explosions, which drives much more motion with much less fuel.
That controlled explosion is highly efficient at releasing that energy compared to your typical candle flame, which you fly on today. That is not an efficient process.
But while hypersonic engines are far more powerful and efficient, they can also be unstable.
The problem with the detonation process is that it's unsteady and very hard to control.
And that's where Dr. Kareem Ahmed and his students broke new ground. They developed and tested the world's first hypersonic engine that can stabilize the detonation. So what were you thinking? Holy smoke, we did it.
Yes, we were able to stabilize it repeatedly. It was exciting that now we've got the world first stabilized oblique detonation wave.
Here's their first experiment that drew attention around the world. It's basically a tube split into 3 parts. The first part ignites an injection of hydrogen and oxygen, and the second part injects more hydrogen. And as the burst shoots into the third section, it hits this 30-degree ramp. And that ramp holds and stabilizes the shockwave reaction. So you get thrust from the explosion and a shockwave to keep the explosion going until they cut off the fuel. And this is how that burst of thrust looks in the lab. Rachel Heidevick is a doctoral student from Tampa. Here's how she explains what we just witnessed to her family and friends.
Most of the time I just say I study fire and how to make fire happen faster. And then if fire can happen faster, then we can get places faster.
This chart shows how they sustain the detonation wave for 3 seconds before they cut off the fuel. The next steps are to keep repeating the experiment and to keep expanding it.
Can we predict its behavior and achieve it every time reliably? Once you're at that phase, you're ready for that technology transition.
They've already built a second, much longer tube.
I've been spending every single day here at the lab since I started my PhD, designing this from the ground up.
They are not setting off any sonic booms and don't plan to, but it's still very loud and jars people who aren't used to it.
3, 2, 1.
The sound you hear on television does not reflect how it sounds in person.
I am very used to it. We still regularly shock passersby.
With that kind of a shot, how does this whole tube not shoot back?
Lots of cinder blocks and a giant metal claw that holds it to the foundation.
While they're still testing the detonation wave engine, they've already conceived how it will look and work in flight. In concept, a more traditional aircraft will take off and carry the hypersonic craft into the air and then let it go. Then a rocket booster will accelerate it to supersonic speed, and then they'll fire up the hypersonic chamber. Shock waves will ignite the fuel, and that slope design, that 30-degree ramp built into the chamber, will stabilize the detonation wave, maintaining hypersonic speed until it's time to land from one continent to another in a matter of minutes. When will you be able to have commercial jets that can do this here on Earth?
Maybe by 2050. Probably that technology would be realized.
And beyond that, it could shoot future astronauts into space and speed up travel to the moon, Mars, and who knows where.
Did this nigga say 2050? Nigga, that's 25 years.
Craig Patrick, Fox 13 News.
It's not going to take that long. It's going to take like 10 years. No, not 10 years. Yeah, he's right. 15, 20 years. Fuck.
So what do China's drills around Taiwan tell us? Our military analyst Sean Bell joins me in the studio. So, Sean, first of all, let's discuss why Taiwan is so important to China.
Yeah, good afternoon, Simon. I mean, the South China Sea is at a crossroads, really, of two global maritime routes. It's a link between the Indian and Pacific Oceans. About a third of the global trade runs through this area. Also, in the South China Sea, there are massive oil and gas reserves. They've quoted that 11 billion barrels of oil are in there, and that, by reference, that's about 30 years of UK production. It's a huge amount. Now, China's been absolutely building artificial islands all over the place, militarizing them in trying to extend their influence there.
All right, I think that's really all we came to do. Talk some shit about that, and then I still have my regular stream coming on. I'm about like 6, so that's cool. Oh, La Flame, hot like that. La Flame, man, thank you for the follow. Your name is crazy. La Flame. La Flame.
Well, imagine this, flying from Tampa to China, Australia, or anywhere else in less than an hour. Flight engineers at the University of Central Florida are figuring out the secret to safe hypersonic.
That shit was cool. That's cool.
Very much, everybody.
Donald Trump is guilty. I don't know what that means. Probably much means nothing. But well, I guess we'll see. What the hell is Joe Biden talking about? I heard he said something about Israel. Joe Biden. Joe Biden.
Better teammates, better officers, better leaders of character. Class of 2024. In 1776, British forces had driven General Washington's army out of New York City. British Navy dominated the coast of New England. They could control the Hudson. They could cut colony in half.
into too much trouble now. Some blood bugs chased me halfway across the Commonwealth, but I made it. Yeah, those things can be pretty territorial. Glad they didn't catch you. Since you traveled all this way, how about a quick tour? Right this way, if you please. I'll show you what we've been up to here at the Warwick Homestead.
The Commonwealth can take a real toll on you if you let it.
We're proud of
This
what
place
we've become,
belongs to you.
but we're only getting started. I'm not sure how long these metal structures are going to last, but seem to have weathered the elements pretty well so far. Hey there. It's a good life we got here. I'm grateful for it. You got the seeds? Good. I'll take them. Listen, I need your help. The whole operation's in danger of being exposed. Tell me the problem and I'll see what I can do. I think my foreman, Bill Sutton, suspects what I really am. He's been spying on me and having secret conversations with our farmhand, Cedric. Now, he's starting to work on my wife and kids. Trying to turn them against me, too.
A real crisis you've got here. At this rate, he'll have swayed the scarecrows to his side before a week's end.
They just need to be convinced Bill's wrong. That won't be hard. I hope so. Anyway, there's more to it. Cedric's vanished. Bill says he had to visit a sick relative, but I think he went to get help. Do you have any idea where Cedric went? Of course I don't. The whole point of their plan was to keep me from finding out. But I have a feeling that someone around here does. If Bill's taken June and the kids into his confidence, he might have told them what he's planning. Right now, they're too suspicious to talk to me about it, but they've got no reason to suspect you. Just remember, Bill's got them all pretty scared. It's not gonna be easy. Well, hello.
Sorry, mister. I'm not supposed to talk to strangers.
Well, I'm not a stranger. I'm a friend of your father's, and I'm here to help him.
I know all my dad's friends, and you're not one of them. Anyway, now I'm talking to you, and I'm gonna get in trouble. So I'm not gonna say anything else.
Is this something important? Because I'm not really in the mood for a chat right now.
Sounds like things are tough. I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you for saying so. I'm just feeling, I don't know, conflicted, I guess. My husband has changed, and it's not a bad thing. He's actually a better man than he used to be. I just don't understand why. Meanwhile, our foreman has this crazy idea that Raj has been replaced by a synth.
Sounds like your foreman's lost his mind.
What would you know about that? You just wandered in from who knows where. In fact, I don't see how any of this is your business. I think it's time you moved on. I'm sorry, but I'm not supposed to talk to you.
Look, your father's in danger and I'm trying to help him.
Well, okay. If you really are trying to help, then I guess I can talk to you. The truth is, I'm really scared for Daddy. Foreman Bill says he's a synth and he has to be dealt with.
He gave Cedric a lot of money and told him to go to Good Neighbor. I don't know why.
Please, if you really want to help Daddy, find out what Cedric and Bill are up to and stop them.
It's a good life we got here. I'm grateful.
clock says newcomers are welcome in the third rail. Go on in.
Hell of a load you're carrying. Better sell some to
I want to know what you and Bill Sutton are planning. Yeah? What's it to you? Answer my question. Why did Bill send you here? I heard you twice the first time, stranger. Thing is, I don't see how any of this is your goddamn business. Unless maybe Roger put you up to this. Tell you what, though. Maybe we can help each other out. If I've learned anything here, it's that information's got a price. Just like everything else. I got no particular loyalty to Bill Sutton or to Roger Warwick. So make me an offer, and let's see what happens.
If that's what it takes, fine.
Now, you gonna talk?
Come see me when you got the caps.
Yeah? You ever been a killer and killed?
Situation. Hunting, protection, cold-blooded murder, hot-blooded murder.
Let's see what you have.
Each weapon tested on someone who deserved it.
From the past.
Oh, you're back. Can't get enough looks at this lovely figure, huh? No.
Did you say something about people screaming at you?
That's right. Some newcomers have never seen a ghoul before. Can't handle it. So you need some supply?
I'll take a look, sure.
It's a little bit of everything.
Toss out the trollmakers. Keep that in mind.
This did pretty great. My balls. But I gotta be a lot more
You ready to be
mindful, a lot more
reasonable now?
careful about
You know the score, friend. If you got the cabs, we can talk. I know you're in a tough situation here, but lives are at stake. Please help me.
You're not the only one with skin in this game.
Bill isn't the only one who's afraid. People all over the Commonwealth are talking about this institute. But maybe you're right. Maybe we are letting that fear get the best of us. Truth is, this whole trip was a damn fool idea if you ask me. Bill hands me a fistful of cabs and says, go to Good Neighbor. They got all kinds of shady characters there. Find us a mercenary. So I'm supposed to find some contract killer like I know how, and then hire him to take out Roger. First I agreed, but now I'm thinking, the hell with Bill Sutton. I'll just stick around here for a while. Of course, he's probably figured out that I ain't coming back. Might just take matters into his own hands. As frightened as he is, the man's capable of just about anything.
Yeah? Sweet pip boy, brother. You hold on to that.
everyone will know the real Roger Warwick is dead and gone.
But he's right here, Bill.
Bill, you're insane. Please, I'm begging you. Let's just talk about this.
You. I know you're part of this. You probably killed the real Roger so this thing could take his place. There's no need for violence here. Let's talk things over.
You're stalling. You're gonna try to talk me down. And then when I'm not expecting it, you'll get the drop on me. Who the hell are you, anyway? I'll tell you who you are. You're one of them! You show up out of nowhere, have your secret chat with Roger, and the next thing I see, you're off looking for Cedric! That's right, I figured it out. I know you're up to something, and I ain't gonna trust a word you say!
Do you really want to leave these children without a father?
Their real father's long gone! And I'm guessing you people had a hand in that. So what do you plan to do, stranger? Are you ready to take a bullet for a synth?
If it means protecting innocent people from a madman, yes.
Then let's get on with it. Or dead.
Underestimate us again.
Bill was a good man once. I don't know what happened to him.
If we had a good supply of clean water, things would be pretty good.
Anything useful?
Mom's a really good cook.
Let's trade some things.
Of course. We've got some supplies I can offer.
This is day 8 of Trial 6. The last week has been very productive but exhausting. I think we'll need a break after this. Benet has done some really marvelous work with the personality mesh. It's almost too good. The responses map almost identically to expectations, some of the most lifelike I've seen. Of course, it's not really Sean. None of his memories are in there. That, even now, would be a step too far. It's starting to have an effect on the team, I think. I know I've been caught up in the moment once or twice. Just a second or two, forgetting that he's not a real boy. Still, I think we'll need to consider restricting him to the lab only for the moment. I'm well aware that others are put off by his presence. If I were slightly more arrogant, I might consider that a sign of success.
If you're interested.
I just need to trade gear with you.
Sure.
Well, hello.
All Jamie ever talks about is clothes and boys. Boring.
Okay.
Yeah, mostly. I thought for sure I was dead.
I'm just glad that you and your family are safe now.
Well, we're in your debt. You can tell our mutual friends that I'll get those seeds in the ground and have a report ready soon. In the meantime, you'll be safe out there.
I just want to trade a few things. I just want to trade a few things.
Go ahead.
I forgot what we were doing. All right, hold on. Fuck out. My bad, shit.
job to keep an eye on. Maybe if you stopped acting like such a whiny little baby, I wouldn't have to. Tattletale, tattletale. Never gonna tell you a secret ever again. Like I care about your stupid secrets.
Alright, well, looks like we're good. Let me go and do this one thing real quick.
Remember the last time I had clean fingernails?
You know what I call a good day? One of them without limits.
Hey. Here's what I've got.
long as you're carrying it.
Divide and conquer. Classic strategy. But General Washington saw it coming. He knew there was a place on the Hudson where the river bent, with a plateau overhead. The Americans placed artillery batteries along the river, stretched an iron chain across the water, built a fort on a plain called West Point.
Yeah, we're going to switch the 6 o'clock stream to 8 o'clock stream. I'm sorry.
As kind of well as it did, even though it was kind of like, as a Call of Duty game, it was very disappointing.
I don't know how we got
it's
into
like, oh, you
playing
put this
games,
together in a year and a half? That's crazy. Not good, though. But it's like, kudos to you for putting it together so quick. So I'm very curious to see 4 years of development of what that could do. Because, and I guess there's always like the camps of like, are you a Modern Warfare guy or a Black Ops guy? I've always been a Modern Warfare guy, an Infinity Ward dude. Not to say that I didn't like the Black Ops series. I know Black Ops is extremely popular, and the last Black Ops game, Cold War, which came out in 2020, was pretty good. So, very interested in seeing what Treyarch has in store for this year's game. And man, they started the marketing early. Seems like they're going to hit that pretty well. So, that's Activision Blizzard. We have Bethesda. Fewer studios this year, so we don't need to worry about... Unfortunately, Tango Gameworks, which still hurts. Arcane Austin, Roundhouse, and Alpha Dog. I guess I'll just throw this out here because Arcane Leon, Blade, me and you don't expect anything from them, right? Blade's not going to be there.
No, it's too early.
Yeah, too early for Blade. He said let him cook. Dinga, let him cook. Blade's not going to be there. It probably won't even be there next year either. You probably won't see it again until 2026. Which, that's fine. I guess, we know Indiana Jones is supposed to release this year. I've heard that, there's actually going to be, people are going to get hands-on with certain games after the showcase. One of them being Avowed and one of them being Indiana Jones.
Huh?
So, that sounds pretty cool. Indiana Jones.
Let's
Where
see
do
what
you
you have. Here's what I've got.
I mean, we're clearly going to see it again. But I guess, like, what do you think we'll see of it? More gameplay? Because we did get a pretty decent look at the game in January. So do you think we get more of a, I don't know,
maybe more combat,
more
maybe a
combat
boss fight
trailer,
or something like that.
with the release date? I mean, do you have any? I know Tom Moore in his articles were saying they were targeting a December release. Do you think a December release is good for this game? Let's assume hypothetically that Tom's right and it comes out in December, because I've talked to a few people that aren't happy it's coming out in December.
Hey, there's something you need.
You know, one
Here's
being
what
that
I've
if
got.
it's a really good game, it misses the windows for award season. Or even, like, you know, people buying stuff for relatives that it would miss, you know, the all-important Black Friday stuff if it comes out in December. Do you think about that at all? It's like, or do you just ship it when it's ready? Should they, if it's in December, should they just wait and put it out in, like, January or March? Like, what are you expecting to see from Indiana Jones, I guess?
I suppose.
Aye.
It's weird because you've always got to consider the Game Pass angle, right?
I just want to trade a few things.
Do you need something for that month for Game Pass, even if it means potentially
You're looking for something to
losing
wear?
out on some retail sales, which
Let's
you've
see what
a
you
big
got.
competitor,
Let me know what you'd like.
say, for example, Call of Duty. I would move it away from Call of Duty as much as possible, especially if Black Ops is going to be as good as everyone thinks it's going to be. You know, like you say, it's been in development for a long time. So maybe you do drop some of this stuff away from there, maybe. But the thing is, I think a lot of devs are actually doing this now. A lot of devs look to avoid Black Ops and Call of Duty, and then we end up with saturated Januaries and Februaries. Do you remember, like, a couple of Februaries ago, like how saturated it was? It felt like every dev had the same idea of, like, fuck it, let's just move to January and February. No one releases games then. And then you look at the slate and it's like, oh shit, everyone's releasing their game then.
Yep.
You know? So maybe you just release it when it's ready. I don't know.
Yeah, I would imagine we would see a release date for the game. So it's no surprise Indiana Jones will be there. So I guess we'll move to id. Doom Dark Ages, as Tom Henderson said in his article. He also said it. Nate the Hate came out and said it's also multi-platform. You came out and supported that report as well. So, yeah, what do we see?
Doom is definitely multi-platform.
So Doom is definitely multi-platform. Doom was probably most likely at the show as well.
You know what?
Is it going to be a CGI trailer? Is it going to be a gameplay trailer? How soon does the game release in your opinion? Is it a 2025 game? Later, 2026 game?
I think that's going to be.
Now that you're back here in Sanctuary,
you think so?
Maybe
would you
a
like a
bit of
job?
CGI. I think they'll probably do what they did for Fable, the last Fable trailer, where it's like there's a bit of CGI and cutscene shown interspliced with some in-engine gameplay footage. Because I think like you'll really wanna make people know that the game still has guns in it. Like that's the thing I keep hearing from people. Like it's because you know, it all leaked that it's a medieval theme, you know, and a lot of people have said to me like, "Oh God, if it's medieval, does that mean like we got a crossbow or a bow and arrow, like
a sword?"
But no, it's still. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be some medieval weapons in it, like maybe like some melee combat, or maybe, you know, maybe a crossbow and stuff like that. But there's still going to be guns in it. I think it's going to be like steeped in that Knight Sentinels lore, and there is going to be guns in it as well. So even if it is like a medieval setting, there's going to be time travel shenanigans going on or something like that. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I think you have to show some gameplay with that, or at least something that's representative of gameplay.
Okay. Do you think it's a game that's coming sooner rather than later? Like we talking March of next year? Because
I think next year, 2025 for Doom.
Okay.
Yeah, I reckon next year. Just my expectation.
Yeah, Bethesda Game Studios. I think we both would agree that Starfield's DLC will be their Shattered Space with the release
Yeah.
date.
I'm curious about this because I noticed, like, I can't remember if someone said this to me on Twitter or if I read it on Reddit or something like that. So if you're the source of this, I apologize for not remembering who said this to me. But someone noticed that Bethesda's describing Shattered Space as an expansion, not a DLC. And they said they haven't used the word expansion.
Difference between the
Well,
two?
They haven't used the word expansion to describe one of their DLCs for a really long time, since Shivering Isle, in fact. Because like oftentimes, like with the Fallout 3 DLCs and stuff like that, they're often very contained sort of experiences, you know. Obviously there are bigger ones and smaller ones, but like some of the, like Operation Anchorage, for example, that was quite a small DLC. And then like Far Harbor was a much bigger DLC, but was it really expansion size? And I do notice that companies do make the distinction between DLC and expansion. They do, because when I was at CD Projekt Red, all the PR people were joking, because like the PR people kept referring it to as DLC to each other. But then like Radek, the lead PR guy, was like, no, don't call it DLC, call it an expansion. Because they really wanted you to know how big it was, you know, and set expectations that it was more than just a little map, a little area or a little side quest or something. It was actually a full-blown thing. So what I'm hoping for with Shattered Space is that it fills in a lot of the gaps that Starfield has. Like, it improves the points of interest, it improves some of the, you know, obviously the exploration, you know, the ground vehicle is actually, I'm worried that the ground vehicle is going to be something lame, like a jetpack, a more powerful jetpack or something, and that's their traversal solution, or it's going to be some kind of hovercraft or
Here
something
to
like
trade?
that. Because I think a lot of people want a ground vehicle.
Sure, let's take a look.
We've never really seen Creation Engine have ground vehicles. Like famously, the trams from Fallout were like a train car grafted to an NPC's head, who then walked under the ground. Did you see that from back in the day?
Yes.
So like the mechanics of having a ground vehicle would be a new sort of. Oh, so people said they already showed the vehicle. It's a rover. So yeah, okay, so it's a rover then. But I just like, yeah, seeing like that it's okay then. Like how then? I don't know where I missed that. How did I miss that rover? But Cameron says a horse is a ground vehicle. Well, is it though? It's still kind of like an
horse
NPC
is a ground
walking around.
vehicle. That's a good one.
Yeah, I mean it kind of is, but like yeah, like Lucas in chat says, mechs would be cool, you know, because there's all those mech graveyards in the game.
Yeah.
The whole graveyard of mechs, and I know like mechs are technically illegal in the universe, but you're telling me that pirates wouldn't have their hands on a mech and build one, you know, and stuff like that. So I suppose there's a lot of unanswered questions there. Like I just hope that the scale is there,
right?
Because there's a lot of Starfield's had a lot of criticisms, and I think there's a lot of feedback they could act upon and give it that sort of cyberpunk revival, you know, like Cyberpunk had with Phantom Liberty.
I mean, they just had all those updates, the 60 frames mode for console, that last stuff. So it'd be interesting if they have an expansion that kind of adds more to the game and even more bunch of like quality of life stuff. I'm very interested in playing the expansion, so I'm super curious to see what's in it and when it's releasing. You would imagine the year anniversary of the game's release, like September 4th or whatever it is. You would think that would be a good time frame for it. We'll see. I guess ZeniMax Online, Jez, they've been working on something for like 4+ years now, 5 years. Whether it's a new MMO or whatever, is now the time to finally reveal this bad boy? I mean, they just folded in Roundhouse to, you know, into ZeniMax Online. So, do you think not only do we get Indiana Jones at the show with the release date, not only do we get the reveal of Doom: The Dark Ages, you also get a do we also get the first reveal of the ZeniMax Online game?
I would hope so. I mean, they've been working on it for a long time, multiple studios. It seems like a really huge investment. They announced Elder Scrolls Online. He's made how many billions of dollars? $2 billion or something like that. Like Elder Scrolls Online is a huge game, even though like I'm not a huge fan of it. Is Joaquin in the chat? Joaquin's always talking about how great Elder Scrolls Online is. I'm not a fan of that game. So, but like the way it's been supported is really impressive, and you know the idea of having something that's the live service is handled really well, and the idea of having a live service that's handled really well, but with better, more modern feeling gameplay, that's really exciting. I would personally hope that it's like Fallout, Starfield, or Elder Scrolls related, but apparently it's a completely.
I mean, they've said new IP, so.
New IP, so a completely new IP. That's intriguing. Like, is it sci-fi? Is it fantasy? Is it more contemporary, modern, maybe? Something like that. Also, I just want to throw aside here. I have no idea how I missed the fact that there's footage of the Starfield rover. I found it now. Like,
yes.
He's actually full-blown rover. I have no idea I missed it. It's only like 2 seconds of footage. It's there. I have no idea how I missed it. Because in my head, I was like, well, Creation Engine will support
Now it will. So there you go.
Yeah, so that makes me really excited. Because now you can imagine Fallout 5 having Mad Maxy kind of edge. Oh, that would be so sick. If like the Fallout 5 map was like super huge, and then to get between settlements you have to like Mad Max a custom-made vehicle across a freeway. Oh man, that is so hype. But yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I would like to think that we're gonna see ZeniMax Online's game here. I mean, unless they're just not ready yet to show it, but I've been working on it for a while. I'm with you. I'm kind of leaning towards that we do see what it is with the CGI trailer, like full CGI trailer, kind of like the Blizzard trailers where they have like CGI for their MMO stuff, and we see what it is. Okay. Anything Fallout related? Like the last few shows have always had a segment where Pete Hines comes out and he talks about Fallout 76 and Elder Scrolls Online. Pete Hines is no longer there, but I would imagine there will be something Fallout related, considering they just had a Fallout 76 event, and with the popularity of the TV show. So you can probably bet all the money in the world that Fallout 76 will show up again. I guess the question is...
Well, they just had that Fallout event in London.
Well, that's what I just said.
I imagine...
Yeah. But I'm talking about...
The reveal of that content will be...
Do we get a reveal of the Fallout 3 remaster? Do we get a logo for Fallout Chicago from Obsidian or whoever might be making a new Fallout game? Just as like, hey, these are coming? What do you think? What kind of Fallout content are we looking at?
Probably just 76.
Okay. I sort of agree with you. Just 76, yes. Would you mind a logo announcement of like a new Fallout game if it was just the Metroid Prime 4 it? By the way, here's Fallout, Arkansas.
I think they've expressed regret about revealing Elder Scrolls too early, haven't they? I think they said the only reason they revealed Elder Scrolls 6 was because they knew people would be upset if they announced Starfield without also announcing Elder Scrolls 6. So I don't think they necessarily feel an urgency to announce Fallout 5. They did just say, Todd did just say in Variety they're making plans and stuff. Everyone in chat's saying Fallout Chicago.
Hell yeah, that's what
Would
I
you
want.
like that?
Fallout Chicago, let's go. You tell me you wouldn't play a Fallout Chicago?
I mean, I play Fallout anything, bro.
Yeah, that is true. You would.
So yeah, so
I think we'll just see a Fallout 76 and probably even Elder Scrolls again because they do love their live services. I guess we're gonna move to Xbox. Global Publishing. You feel anything from Global Publishing? We're gonna have Contraband, Towerborn, reveal of if they're still working with IO Interactive for Project Fantasy. Anything from Global Publishing in your eyes? Because I feel like we'll see Contraband this year, for sure. And I would even say Towerborn, but I mean, I guess people are playing Towerborn. It's in beta, so I think we'll see Towerborn, and I'll say I think we see Contraband. I don't know. What do you think?
I personally don't think we'll see Contraband.
Oh, no Contraband. Okay.
No. And the reason for that is like I've heard that game has hit some development roadblocks.
Again, people have been saying that for years at this point.
Yeah, I suppose so. But they lost their lead developer, which I think threw a wrench in the works. With regards to just general development issues. But maybe those have been resolved. That's probably outdated information at this point. So maybe Contraband will be there, but I'm going to guess no. I'm going to guess no Contraband. But
what about Towerborn?
Towerborn's almost certainly going to be there,
Okay.
maybe in a brief clip or something.
Release date?
I would hope so, a release window at least. I mean, Towerborn's got this ongoing closed beta test going on right now. It's under NDA, but a lot of people aren't really listening to the NDA. There's a lot of terrible information floating around out there. So yeah, maybe we get a launch window for Towerborn. I think Towerborn's going to be a lot of fun. A really cool sort of couch co-op successor to, Castle Crashers and stuff. But,
do you think Towerborn's releasing this year?
Are you going to play it?
Yeah, I'll check it out. Do you think it's releasing this year?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Do you expect anything else from Global Publishing? Even like World Edge, Age of Mythology Retold, Aura History Untold. I think it's Aura History Untold, right? I feel like Aura's this year was in the Developer Direct, right?
I think maybe we get launch window for Aura, maybe. But what I really want, Rand, I really want to see something new, man. I really want to see something new out of Global Publishing. Because a lot of these games, like Aura, we've seen them repeatedly, and I think there's only so many ways you can. Everyone knows that Aura History Untold is a Civilization game. I don't think you need to remind everyone of that.
Right.
So like maybe you just do a quick sort of like, yeah, this is the launch window.
That's what I would say, like a quick minute trailer. Just like you sort of figure like Microsoft Flight Sim would show up at the show, but you don't need to show a 2.5 minute trailer for it, right? You just be like, here's Microsoft Flight Sim and here's the release date, and boom, you're done, right?
Those super mutants won't be bothering you again.
I think so, yeah. I want to see something new, man. I want to see something
like
new.
IO Interactive's game or a new project, like the Rocksteady people. Are they even close?
Isn't People Can Fly working on
People Can Fly, Project Maverick that they've talked about, which apparently reached full development, as they said.
I just want to trade a few things.
I think we have to see Project Maverick. If they're out here talking about full development now.
What about Certain Affinity? Project Swarte, your Monster Hunter thing?
I don't even know if that still exists, man.
I mean, I guess there's a lot of different choices they could choose there from. So I don't know.
Yeah, might not even exist though. Bro.
I don't know. I'm gonna guess Contraband. I'll say Towerborn.
I want to trade a few things.
Okay.
Flight Sim for sure. Aura, that's 4 right there. I think that's it.
What? How about this? Pal World.
Pal World. Okay.
Do we see a big reminder that Pal World exists and that there's maybe new content?
Can we trade a few things?
Because Pal World is through Idea Xbox, but Idea Xbox is basically the digital publishing arm for Xbox. They're sort of interlinked with. They are interlinked with.
Of course.
Yeah, I could see it being at the show.
Global Publishing.
Like an update. I mean, because I would imagine, like I said, Fallout 76 will be there. Elder Scrolls will be there. When we get to Rare, I would imagine Sea of Thieves would be there. Sea of Thieves is always at these shows. no matter whether people want them to be or not. Although I was thinking maybe they skip this year and they show up at a Nintendo show instead to announce the Switch 2 port for Sea of Thieves. You know, unless they have some new collab they're working on, like they did with like Monkey Island or
One Piece,
like Pirates
collab.
or something, where you could do that. Maybe it's like, well, we don't have anything really new to show for the thing, but we are planning on being on Switch, so maybe Sea of Thieves shows up at a Nintendo show instead of the Xbox show. But I don't know. Let me get you. I want to know, what do you think opens the show?
Man, I hate this, right?
You hate this? You hate picking?
I hate doing these predictions. You do this every year, right?
They're fun, bro.
You do this. You do this every year. You say what opens the show, what closes the show, and then you always do a victory lap because you always get it right. Because you know what ends.
No, I don't.
Ends the show.
I do not.
And then when I guess it wrong, because I don't know, but you know because you pretend you're not an insider when you're actually probably the most prolific insider secretly.
That's a lie from the devil's.
You fucking know.
No.
You always fucking know what
No.
opens and closes the show.
No.
But I hate this segment. You do it every fucking year. So fuck my prediction. What's your guess, Rand? What opens and closes the show? Rand, not insider, not guessing.
So, I mean, we know what's closing COD, but that's not what we're, you know. And I mean, I got it wrong last year because Clockwork Revolution, I was like, I never said anything about that. So, to me, I think, you know, like, as I say here, Xbox Studios Coalition, you know, and there's been long-standing rumors about Gears Collection and Gears 6. I think Gears 6 closes the show, as in it's the last thing you see before Phil takes the stage, says whatever Phil needs to say, and then we get into the Call of Duty Direct. So I think
You've dashed my hopes now because you were saying StarCraft earlier.
Well, no, I was saying.
And I was like, oh shit. Yeah. No, you were saying like, what if StarCraft closed the show?
Well, I was saying
like,
no.
Shit.
No.
Rand knows.
No,
Rand knows.
was.
But hang on. But now that I've proved well, I know it. Maybe you're trying to throw me off the set. And now you're like, oh, yeah, Gears 6 closed the show. But actually, it's going to be StarCraft.
No.
You actually secretly know.
I would say it's not StarCraft because, to me, that's a BlizzCon announcement, and that's not like, and that's also, this is the last thing. And the problem with this year's show and last year's show is you have something coming right after, so like the impact is lessened. And I feel like StarCraft is such a big announcement that you want it to be the final thing, and not followed up by something, which is why I wouldn't do a StarCraft announcement. But I do feel it's time for the Coalition to come out of hiding. I do think we'll see Gear 6, and I do think it's the last game that shows up before Phil takes the stage to introduce Call of Duty Direct or whatever. As for what opens the show, in my opinion, I think you open the show
Thanks again.
with Perfect
You
Dark.
risked your life out there.
Very similar to last year, where people were like, what's up with Fable? Where's it at? It's been 3 years. We haven't seen it. What's going on with this game? And then immediately, as soon as the show starts, first thing you see is Fable. And it looks fantastic, right? I'm looking to replicate that again. And what is the other game that people are like, what's going on with this game? It's Perfect Dark. 4 years now. We haven't seen it, essentially. Or like 3.5 or whatever it's actually been. Talk about the game not being good, what have you. To me, that's your instant you started off. But I'm even thinking of I'm thinking of going even like you wow people to start with. You go boom, boom, boom. Because last year they did 3 games to start before they kind of like welcomed you to the Xbox Game Showcase. Last year they did Fable, rolled into South of Midnight, and then rolled into Star Wars Outlaws. right? And it was a fantastic start to the show, made everybody hyped, right? We got to see a game that we hadn't seen in a while. We got to see a new project from a new developer's like first look at a project, and a big third-party game. And then Sarah Bond came on stage and whatever. I think that's a good way to do a show. And in fact, I'm looking to replicate that. So I'm going to say they do the same thing here. So you open up with Perfect Dark. It takes Fable's place. Perfect Dark, you see what it is, get some gameplay. You don't really need to do CGI. Okay, Perfect Dark looking good. You don't give a date because who knows when, right? You don't give dates far in advance. And then Jez, you want to go with that. So you hit him with that right jab, right? And here you come, and the next one is a left jab, or even like a left like body shot or whatever. And the second game you show, you move right from Perfect Dark right into the Doom, the Dark Ages. Back to back. Because I was thinking like Doom could end the show. Doom could be a show ender, a show stopper, right? It really could, because it's fucking Doom, and the last 2 Doom games have been incredible. But I think they're gonna leave that for Gear 6. Supposing you probably could transition and say, you know what, it's Perfect Dark, and then boom, it's Gear 6, and then you save Doom for the end. But I think you're gonna have Perfect Dark into Doom, and then the third game is a third-party game, and it's Assassin's Creed Shadows. Boom, boom, boom. 3 games. You know, all very big games, and that's how you start off the show.
I'm intrigued now if that's just going to be like 100% accurate.
What if it is?
If that's just 100% accurate, then everyone knows that you lie when you say you don't know certain information.
I'm just saying, if I was look, if I was in charge of putting together a show and I had things to choose from, that would be how I would open it up. I'd have 2 first-party games, right? 2 of the bigger ones that I could do because we still have Gears in the pocket for the end. Because otherwise, if you have Gears,
How about this? What's a game that people are predicting is going to be there that you think won't be there?
Okay, that's an interesting one. What game do I think?
What game do you think that everyone's sort of expecting to be there won't be there?
Well, it's interesting because, like I said, I was just on Defining Duke.
I just want to trade a few things.
Maddie and Cog, and we went through all this stuff. And I think both me and Maddie were very much of the opinion that Gears Collection was, in my eyes, the reason you ended with Gears 6 is because you get to the end of the show, you show off a trailer for Gears Collection, and it's releasing in August, and then you show off a really quick, hey, this is Gears 6. And then that's how you end the show with Phil and Call of Duty Black Ops. But if you want to say a game that'll shock everyone by not being there because everybody expects it to be there, what if Gears Collection isn't there?
Let's trade some things.
Sure.
That would be one. That would be one, right?
Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it?
I mean, everybody expects it to be there. I mean, I guess you could say Doom: The Dark Ages. You know, everybody expects it to be there because people have said it's there and it's coming. So that would be one, but I think everybody is also talking about Gears Collection, and we don't even know if it's real.
I don't think the Gears Collection's there.
You don't think the Gears Collection's there? Okay.
Carla.
Need to pick
I said
something
last
up?
week that I don't even know if
pretty
it's
long
real,
from here.
and I don't.
Sure. Let's take a look.
Here's what I got.
Yeah, I don't think the Gears Collection's there.
Okay.
But I do think Gears 6 will be there.
So I think Gears 6 closes. I think Perfect Dark opens. So, yeah. 343, do we expect anything Halo related? Whether it's from 343
no.
or from Certain Affinity?
I think when Halo needs to reconnect with its fans again. You know, I know Halo Infinite's in a better place right now. Halo Infinite's in a better place right now, right? But I think like after the TV show being so poorly received, I think like when Halo comes back to the main stage, it needs to have a blowout. It needs to be like,
What
oh,
if
wow,
I mean,
this
what
is
if Certain
impressive.
Affinity is ready to show whatever their Halo project is? That's no longer a battle royale.
Do we know that they're still working?
I mean,
on
I don't
it?
know. I'm just saying, like, last year they did an interview in like November where they were talking about they had a project with 343 that was like their main project. So I don't know. I'm just Halo. Yeah, Halo has not been at the show since they released it in 2021. It's tough to say here. I'll say something Halo related will be at the show. Screw it. I think something Halo related will be at the show.
Oh, okay, so you've got to throw out something unlikely now to throw people off the scent, right? So you saying Halo will be at the show is basically a confirmation that it won't be at the show.
Oh my God, no, I don't. know.
I am Ran. I know you again.
Okay.
This is the classic Ran triple bluff.
Is there such a thing as a classic Ran triple buff?
Trickle buff. Yeah.
Tickle buff.
Tickle buff. Nah, we're not going in that direction. It's too
I'll-
early in the day for that, right?
Like, all right, I'll say, I'll say something Halo related is there. Jules wants to know. He says, "Give us Lost Odyssey." You know, Special Nick has been teasing some sort of RPG from the 360 days showing up there. Lost Odyssey would be great. He also says, "Any chance Persona 6 or Kingdom Hearts 4 showing up?" You know, we talked about third-party games. We know there's a Kingdom Hearts 4.
There's a lot of rumors about Persona 6.
Persona 6?
I have no idea, but Persona 6. So Microsoft and Atlas seem to have some kind of broad partnership now.
You would think that Refantasia or Mephisto. What's the game? Mephisto, Refantasio.
Someone in chat helps out. Let's just call it metaphor.
Metaphor. You would think that would be at the Xbox show again. They got the marketing for that game, and you know they're trying to sell it. But Persona 6 would be a big announcement. If that was something to happen, I guess it's possible there. Assassin Entertainment says, Jez, can you for once and all tell the Banjo Bros that a Banjo-Kazooie game is never happening? It's time to put it to rest like Scalebound.
I have no idea, man. I mean, they've said they kind of want to do it, I think. Haven't they hinted that they want to do it?
Yeah.
And I think, like, putting Banjo in Smash Brothers definitely raised the visibility of that character, I think. People went mental when they added Banjo to Smash Brothers. Twitter crashed. Twitter literally crashed when they announced Banjo for Smash Brothers. So the Banjo Bros are out there,
pick
you know,
something up?
hiding
pretty long
amongst
from here.
the normal people. So I won't say that it'll never happen. I won't say that Banjo will never happen. I have no evidence that it will happen, but Microsoft...
Let's see what you got.
Always happy.
I know
when you
Microsoft
say
is excited about their partnership with Toys for Bob, you know, and Toys for Bob is like an old studio. They're a legacy studio. The founder still is the CEO, you know, so it's better for them to be independent rather than, like, you know, be expected to contribute to Call of Duty and stuff like that. So I think Microsoft is excited about the way that partnership will function. And I think if we do see a new Banjo, it's going to be out of Toys for Bob. You know, I think everyone expects Toys for Bob's next game to be Spyro, but maybe their game after that, maybe it's Banjo. Maybe it's Crash, but maybe it's Banjo.
Let's see.
I think Toys for Bob and Microsoft are going to have a good partnership with them mixed up. See, Lord of Bravo says, "We are Legion. Banjo Bros never die." Oh man, can all the Banjo Bros shout out in the chat? Shout out in chat if you're a Banjo Bro.
Yeah.
Paris Lilly on Twitter said he's the CEO of the Banjo.
Yeah, he has said that. Noble says new 1 versus 100 win. Probably never, unfortunately. New Cybot with the 5. Xbox says kid games like Astrobot, nobody plays them. Super Lucky's Tale, Ukulele, Voodoo Vince, Blinks, nobody cares. Donataku with the 5. I like how Xbox fans only care about variety until we talk genres that Xbox is missing and that PlayStation or Nintendo have. Then they say they don't want it.
Hey, Carla.
Brett says
There.
Starfield console
Ready?
port announcement, probably not at this
Let's see
show.
what you got.
I think that's
You break
more
it, you buy it.
later on. Supernova. with,
If Starfield is getting
ready,
forward, it's not this
oh
year.
no, he's
Need to pick
StarCraft.
something
My
up?
bad. StarCraft console
I've got a
port
few minutes to
announcement.
browse.
You break it,
Not
Oh,
this
I
year.
thought he
buy
was
it.
talking about I thought he was talking about Starfield being ported to PlayStation.
Supernova says, Jez, tell Rand how strong Gul'dan in Warcraft. I have no idea what a Gul'dan is. Or what.
Gul'dan? He's only
Gul'dan.
the coolest warlock in history.
Code 3 with 199 finished Tomb Raider games on Game Pass. Tomb Raider in Showcase. That's a good call out for a third party. The new Tomb Raider from Amazon. You know, could that be at the showcase?
I'm sure Microsoft and Amazon are pretty, Xbox and Amazon at least, are pretty buddy-buddy
Maybe.
with
That'd
the
be
Fallout
cool.
success.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rodrigo, why is Jerry Seinfeld voice hosting the episode?
No accounting
You
for
talking about me?
taste.
Jerry Seinfeld.
Jerry Seinfeld. Apparently, I sound like Jerry Seinfeld. He also says, "Will Xbox do Let's See One More Thing, then boom?" No, because unfortunately, we know how the show's going to end with Call of Duty Black Ops. So you really can't do that. And John Wilkes Books wants to know, Jez, are you going to go to any mansion parties in LA?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Jay
I've been invited to a party though.
Ooh, Jay Foley says, we have to see Forza Horizon 6 at the showcase. So yeah, like another studio here, Playground, right, with Fable, and presumably Forza Horizon 6. I'm going to come out and say we don't see either of those games this year. I think next time we see Fable is at the Developer Direct in January. Because you have to
That's
think...
a very specific
Well, no, because you have to think... The Developer Direct is...
Right.
Well, no, Developer Direct, you have to think of like how they present these things. You have the
Well,
Developer
now.
Direct in January. You have the showcase in June. You have
I'll
the
let
partner
you know if I hear of any
previews.
settlements
Looks like they
that
did
need
one
my
in
help.
March,
In the
and they're
meantime,
probably going to do one
Make
towards the
sure
end
to
of the
offer
year.
help to anyone that needs it. That can only
To
help our
me,
cause.
games that showed up last year, like Clockwork Revolution and South of Midnight and Fable, won't show up this year because they're going to show up at the Developer Direct at the top of the month next year, top of the year. So when I say In Exile,
Got work to do.
and Clockwork Revolution, I don't think it shows up because I think it's going to show up in January.
Hey, now that you're back here in Sanctuary,
When I say,
how would
you
you
know,
like a job?
Compulsion,
You know what?
I don't think we see
This
South of
talk,
Midnight this year
I'm
at the
feeling
showcase because
swell.
I think it's going to be,
Look at the two of us
we'll see it again
here
at
in
the
Sanctuary.
January Dev Direct. And the same thing
Prepared for
with
the future.
Fable. I don't think we see Fable again. I think we see it at the showcase, or I think we see it at
what
Developer
have you got to
Direct.
trade today?
And I don't think we see Forza Horizon 6 because I don't think it's this year. They've always revealed games in the year they've come out. And I think Forza Horizon 6 is going to be next year. I could be wrong. Maybe Forza's this year, and maybe we do see Fable again this year. But what do you think about those three, Jez? 3 of the new games we saw last year, not seeing again this year, but then seeing them at Developer Direct because they're 2025 games?
I think that's a pretty solid prediction, Rand.
Oh, geez, here we go.
That's a pretty good, well-reasoned guess you're putting out there, Rand. I would defer to you on this.
Well, no, I want.
Why don't we just listen to all Rand's?
You don't need to defer to me. I want to know. Like, do you think differently? Do you think we'll see
No,
Fable
no,
this
no,
year
no.
again?
No. You're trying to entrap me. You're trying to get me to say something that you know won't be true, so you can do a victory lap. I won't fall for your bullshit, Rand. I won't fall for it, bro.
I'm not trying to entrap you.
I won't fall for
I
it.
just want to know.
No.
Did you honestly expect to see Clockwork Revolution at the showcase?
No, because you said it won't be.
Oh my God, I don't know. I'm just telling you what I think.
Just leak the whole show, Rand. You know the whole show. Just leak it, bro. Just do it.
All right, what about
Spoil it for us all.
what about Double Fine? You think we see anything from them? No. Okay. Mojang ain't gonna be there because they
You have
ain't
some
working.
sort of medical
They work an hour a week. Ninja Theory. They just shipped. Do you think?
Yes. Mojang's just chilling.
Yeah,
there.
like we already did.
All the other Xbox people are like working really hard, and Mojang's just there, just sipping a mug of chilling.
Ninja Theory, they just shipped Hellblade, and I think it's too early for Project Mara, so I'm gonna say no. Obsidian, you could have a lot of things here, right? Avowed's gonna be there with the release date. I think we also see Outer Worlds too.
Really? With Avowed?
Yeah.
So
why not? Why not? Maybe, probably not, but I'm just saying that'd be cool.
Sure. I mean, yeah, I'm down for that. Randall prediction.
Turn 10, nah. They're not going to be there with Rare. Do you think Rare shows up with Sea of Thieves or Everwild?
We did talk. We did mention Sea of Thieves
earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Everwild exists. It's not cancelled, but yeah, maybe they're still locking down what that actually looks like. I would like to see Everwild there, but I haven't heard any hints that it could be.
What about Undead Labs, State of Decay 3?
I'm gonna bet money that's it.
Ooh, betting money that State of Decay 3 shows up. I'm not gonna bet against you because I feel like this is a spoiler.
Yeah, maybe it is. I don't know.
I feel like this one's a spoiler that you're putting down here. We're in the show. I mean, I guess it could be the beginning. I guess instead of my Perfect Dark, Doom, Assassin's Creed trilogy, it could be Perfect Dark, State of Decay 3, Assassin's Creed.
I think State of Decay is in the middle.
You think State of Decay is in the middle? Okay, it's a good spot for it.
Because I think the thing with State of Decay is the reason State of Decay will be in the middle is because I think they'll have to do a bit of explaining about what it is.
Explaining.
Because it's a bit more complicated.
See zombie,
you know,
shoot
it's
zombie,
not,
kill zombie.
No, it's not like that, right? It's not like the simplistic walking simulator.
Oh my god.
State of Decay is more complex and nuanced. It's more of a grown-up adult kind of game. Whereas, like, you know, the kind of games you prefer are basically like interactive books. You know.
You're such a dick. You're such an asshole.
Silas says, Mr. Jez, at this point, Rand has probably seen the next Xbox personally. The next Xbox personally. I think Rand actually has it. I think Rand just has Phil on the phone, giving him all the information. And I think the reason Rand isn't coming to LA is because Rand doesn't need to discover anything. He knows everything already. He's already got the next Xbox sitting in his house. And, you know, he's sitting on those YouTube movies.
Yeah, I wish.
His Xbox branded Lambo.
Yeah, I wish.
Did we talk about the fact that I completely missed this? But Netflix and Mojang announced an animated Minecraft TV series.
Yeah, I saw that today. That there must have been a couple people at Mojang doing some overtime at 2 hours this week or something to announce that. Right? And I'm putting in my overtime. How many did you clock in? Oh, I had to do two extra hours. Man, you only do one. Mojang employees come to work. They sit down in their chair. They read an email for 10 minutes, take a drink, and they're like, "All right, I'm done for the day. Who's going to the bar for some mimosas? It was a productive day today."
Oh man.
I hear that's what ZX is. You know,
yeah, is ZX in the chat?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably not anymore.
No, ZX is bounced. He's like, that's my lunch break over. I'm going home.
Don says any Game Pass drops or back and pack games at the show. We mentioned that during the ABK stuff. I think Jez thinks there'll be some back and pat announcements, and we both think the ABK will drop Game Pass stuff. I do. So, yeah. So that's what we're thinking about. You know, stuff at the showcase. Obviously, our opinions can change. I still gotta make a video going over my thoughts and predictions for the show. So, but let's take some Patreon questions and then we'll get out of here. So thank you everybody for being here. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe, please. We got Jez out in LA right now, which for those of you tuning in or whatever, that's why the audio kind of sounds a little wonky for him because he's on assignment. He's in a hotel room doing the show, and we appreciate him for that. We got Eric Gregory. Says, many devs and gamers have their own understanding of what makes games enjoyable or great. In your own opinion, what makes a perfect experience in a game? Well, this is a deep question. This is one of the deepest questions I've ever gotten.
It's immersion. It's immersion for me. Like, if there's too many things that sort of feel too gamey, kind of. I really like it when all the mechanics are sort of part of the game's world. Like the From Software is really great at this. You know, like how the save points are actually part of the story and stuff like that. For me, that sort of elevates a game from just like being a sort of a video game to sort of being something a little bit more. Like every aspect of this game is part of the story. Like the typewriters in Resident Evil is a save point, you know. But also I really like Endgame and making builds, Monster Hunter, Diablo, Fallout 76, that kind of stuff. Something I can really get my teeth into and feel like I've earned and worked towards something. But I'll answer the question for Rand, because I already know what Rand likes. Rand likes games where you can just sort of sit back and walk forward, and then the game plays itself.
Wow. I mean, what is the perfect experience in a game? Ugh. I mean, to me, it's like the perfect melding of gameplay, story, world, characters you care about, gameplay that is just smooth as butter.
Damn.
And a story that makes you interested in continuing on to find out what happens to those characters you care about. And like, I know a game has its hooks in me when all I want to do and all I'm thinking about is that game. Or there'd be times, even back in the day, where it's like, I'm going to wake up before work to play this because it's all I can think about. And when you're playing the game, you don't want to be in a party. You aren't looking at your phone every 20 minutes to see what's going on Twitter or on social media. Like, you're in your own world, and that's like the perfect experience for me. Like, you nail all those things, world, characters, gameplay, all that sort of stuff, and it ends up to like an immaculate experience. One that makes me like, all right, I'm gonna go to bed, but I want to wake up early so I can play this stuff, because like that's all I'm thinking about. That's
all I'm thinking about is walking.
You and your walking
forward.
sims. Dave Ramos says, can we get a hashtag Stone Cold? Hell yeah! For Jez doing his thing in LA. Jez is one of the best, and that's the bottom line. He is. First, Jez, hope your travels are going safe and smoothly. Looking forward to the coverage and your safe return home. Be well, sir. Same for you, Rand. Second, if
Thanks
Xbox
so much.
completes its journey towards becoming a PC and the Gen 10 series of Xbox devices offer multiple game stores like Steam and EGS, sure seems like Xbox might be hopping out of the frying pan, competing with Sony via the traditional console method or model, and jumping into the fire, competing with Steam via game launchers. As a console main, my understanding is PC folks are as loyal to Steam as PlayStation gamers are to PlayStation, if not more so. It's not like competition is going to get any easier for Xbox. Thoughts? I agree with you, Mr. Dave Ramos. I think PC guys are even more loyal to Steam than PlayStation dudes are to PlayStation.
I agree. I think Steam has curated a level of brand loyalty that is difficult to. It's difficult for a publicly traded company to approach the sort of loyalty that Steam can acquire, because Steam is just so generous.
Nice.
You know, like
Really
when you're a
nice.
publicly traded company, a lot of the profits are sort of vacuumed out for dividends and stuff like that, right? Whereas like with Steam, they're pretty much investing back into the platform. You know, there's no middleman taking money out of the company. It's all going back into the system, and I think like the loyalty, it's sort of like a loyalty feedback loop. So I don't think Steam gamers are monstrously loyal because Steam's just been so good. You know.
What would it be worth?
But I think there's also this aspect of people are just generally happy where they are. They're happy with what they know and the familiarity of it. Like switching a platform, like
all right, I'll do it.
Most people just aren't going to bother to do it. You know, whatever it is.
Means a lot to me. There's only one place to look for parts like this. The old Automatoys factory.
Hold on, let me bring it back up. It was basically just like
it's at the far
competition
end
is
of the
not going to get any easier for Xbox if they invite Steam onto their own console or whatever. It's the whole why you.
I think
you know.
Yeah. I think if Microsoft is going down this path of partnering with Steam, I think it will be more of a partnership.
I'm sure.
And I think there will be some kind of it's not just going to be a case of like, you know, full-blown charity work. I think there will be some kind of cut involved, maybe, or some kind of partnership. You know, Game Pass on Steam maybe or something like that. Because like. Because Steam, because Microsoft bought a lot of Activision games to Steam, and Activision has, sorry, and obviously, you know, Xbox bought all its games to Steam, so Xbox and Steam are already partnering in a way. You know, there's sharing money between each other, they're sharing content. So I want to just take that to another level, you know.
Yeah. CJ says, "Happy Friday, gents. After what looks to be a pretty weak state of play showing, do you suspect there may be talk behind the scenes at Xbox that they should try to take the most of Sony's poor showing and keep more games exclusive, adjust strategies, take advantage of this, or do you think it changes nothing at all?" I don't think what Sony does at their state of play has any bearing on what Microsoft does at their own show.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, I heard this showcase was finalized last week, so you know that was obviously before they saw the state of play.
Yeah, Sony's going to do what Sony needs to do for them, and I think I saw Push Square come out and say Sony doesn't. What was the article that I saw Push Square put out today? Let me see if I can find it. It was
something like Sony doesn't need
PS5 live streams are no longer speaking to the fans who built the brand. Is like what, you know, their new talking point is that PlayStation doesn't care, right? They're on top. They only talk when they need to talk. They're still selling millions of consoles every quarter and millions of games. Whether or not they have a good showcase or a state of play doesn't matter, because people will still buy it because it's, you know, the mainstream consoles, the default console people buy for stuff. So it doesn't matter if they have a weak state of play or a showcase, or hell, they didn't even have a showcase at all in 2022. Didn't matter, you know. So you know, Sony's probably just like, all right, well, we have some third-party marketing that games we have to do for this because of you know, contracts and stuff, and we'll only show stuff that, you know, developers are confident are coming. And you know, if the fans don't like it, the fans don't like it. Who gives a shit? Essentially, you know, it doesn't really seem like it's hurting their business whatsoever, really. PlayStation's gonna do what PlayStation wants to do, because you know, their vocal fans on Twitter certainly didn't want PlayStation to go heavily into live service, and yet they went heavily into live service. And they didn't want them to go day and date on PC or bring their games to PC at all, and yet they're doing that. So
it's like a lot of people focus on like how are Xbox and PlayStation affecting each other, when really the things that are affecting Xbox and PlayStation right now is Fortnite, the black hole game. You know, like more so Fortnite than anything, I think, because Fortnite is becoming this monstrous platform where people socialize on Fortnite. There's a variety of games you can play on Fortnite. It's like Fortnite is sort of almost becoming a console in of itself. kind of like what Roblox is. Like Roblox is basically a software console, because there's just so much you can do with Roblox as a platform that previously you needed hardware to do, you know. And that's the way the industry is kind of looking at a lot of this stuff, because it's like, well, if our platform was an app like Roblox or Fortnite is, then the margins would be astronomically better, and we can let Apple and Google and Samsung and hardware manufacturers deal with figuring out how to monetize hardware. You know, it's actually a strange and rare intersection where like you have like a hardware manufacturer that also does the content and the software. Because it's not like Apple is making exclusive games for iPhone. You know, Apple has some exclusive apps. You know, and they have like the whole green bubble debate.
Yeah.
But what apps are exclusive to Apple and Android? Nothing really. You know. So yeah, it's consoles are a strange sort of thing, which are sort of incongruent with today's world, where you can be everywhere, everything, all of it.
Yeah.
But I do think that Xbox would change strategy, and I've said this last week, that if Xbox saw their monthly active users start to decrease, or like if they actually did see a lot of people going to PlayStation, I think that would change strategy. I don't think Microsoft wants to see their console numbers go down. So.
Achievement says you should change the name of the Patreon questions to the Xbox Diaries, because some of my colleagues be writing chapters for you. Some people definitely have some long posts, but it is what it is. Nate Miller, hey gents, just wanted to say how hyped we all are for your prediction show and all the showcases coming up. Multi-platform 2. One quick question: which game is the longest showing at the Xbox showcase, and how long is that showing?
That's an interesting question.
That's Call of Duty Black Ops 6. That's an easy question to answer.
That's cheating, though.
I mean, it is, but he didn't say besides Call of Duty Black Ops 6. He didn't say to exclude it.
I'm gonna say then.
Okay.
Exclude Call of Duty. I think State of Decay.
That's a good shout.
State of Decay. If State of Decay is at the show, I think it is going to be a bit of a longer show.
Yeah.
Because I think maybe they have to go over a lot of systems, show how the game's been upgraded.
I agree with you.
I don't think it'll drag out, but I think it'll just be maybe a little bit longer. So like instead of like a 2 minutes, maybe that's a 3 or a 4 minute.
No, I actually kind of agree with that. Fordebrand.
It's
Fordebrand.
confirmed.
Hey gents, happy Friday, and Jez, I'm super jealous you're in LA right now. I just had one question about Silent Hill 2. Do you both feel confident about the game? I sure don't, and I'm kind of upset with Konami and Bloober Team. Thanks, fellas, and have a great weekend. Jez, gotta launch a nuke in 76 soon. Yeah, we talked a little bit about this earlier. Both me and Jez are kind of very much super skeptical of Silent Hill.
No optimism whatsoever. The 1-2 punch of Bloober Team and Konami is just a recipe.
There's just something.
Could be wrong.
There's just something off about that. We'll see. Laser Wolf, Jez, what are you looking forward to the most while you're in LA at SGR? I mean, I would just say I'm looking forward to the most seeing my friends. You know,
and obviously, like I am.
I'm sure that's possible, right? So.
I mean, I can just check here. I'm going to check very, very quickly if I can say.
I saw something.
There is one specific game that I'm slated to play next Saturday.
I just want to trade.
That I'm absolutely incredibly excited to play. I can't say what it is, I don't think, but you'll know it first, you know. And I think maybe some people can probably guess what that will be. But yeah, there is one game.
Okay.
A certain game I've got 1,000 hours in, and I'm looking forward to playing that.
Silas, the land's in the same country, and I'm feeling the extra Xbox 2 energy. The question is for Randall Emotional and feelings-based Jez. With Xbox seemingly transitioning to a more radical play in any device strategy, how do you guys feel about it on a more personal level? You guys have talked the nuts and bolts aspect of this play, but how do you feel about it personally? Personally and professionally, the brand has been good to you guys. Jez, you have kind of built your career off the backs of Don Matrick, Phil Spencer, Xbox, and Windows Phone. Rand, you have developed a brand as a creator, made lifelong friends, and live a lifestyle most of us can only dream about. Because of Xbox, that's not true whatsoever. I was just curious if you guys have any personal feelings about this shift. I mean, the play in any device strategy has kind of been a thing for a while. Personally, I don't really care. I don't really use it. I don't play on my PC. I don't play in handhelds.
I think he means, like, are we concerned it's going to affect our platform?
Well, if he meant, like, the whole multi-platform strategy about gaming games to PlayStation, that's different. That's, like, different. You know, at least he didn't. I don't know. I guess you could say play in any device that mattered. If you want to say and change it to that, then you know you can't really, you can't stop or change what a big corporation is going to do. So you just roll with the punches. I don't really feel any specific way about it.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's potentially going to be a bad thing. I think Microsoft has done these short-sighted decisions before. We've seen it with Windows Phone, and now, Satya's crying because OpenAI has made a partnership with Apple. And it's like, bro, you don't have a mobile platform. Why wouldn't OpenAI make a deal with Apple? So like Satya's there now regretting that they're through in the towel with Windows Phone. And I kind of feel like Xbox is doing itself a disservice by not having more faith in the potential of their platform, And there could come a time where it'll be like, oh shit, maybe we should have invested more in the platform, for whatever reason. You don't want to completely hand away all the keys to your entire platform to competitors, which is what they've done with mobile. They've given all the keys to all their mobile stuff to Apple and Google, and now they've got all these problems with it. So like, if Microsoft gave all the keys to their gaming empire to Apple, Google, Steam, and PlayStation, they're going to eventually run into similar problems down the line as well. So I'm skeptical about that from an analytical perspective. But from a personal perspective, I don't really care. Like, when I was younger, when my PC broke when I was younger, and I didn't have any money, it was always like a big deal, because it was like, oh god, now I'm not going to have a computer for the next 6 months while I save up to replace whatever part had broken, right? But nowadays, like, I've got a job, and like I can just ensure that can stay in the PC ecosystem, which obviously isn't going anywhere. So from a gameplay point of view, I don't really mind that much. But I think analytically speaking, I think it could be a mistake. But we'll see. I could be completely wrong.
Charging Buck says, what's up, guys? I hadn't played Oblivion since it originally came out, and I thought I would load it up on the Series X. It's crazy the magic they put in those back-and-pack games to get them to run even better. There was an Oblivion remastered mentioned in some of the leaked court documents. My question is, do you think we could see this being revealed at the showcase? Keep up the great work and have fun in LA, Jazz. I mean, I think we
did talk about that. I think it could definitely be there. It would probably be there before the Fallout 3 remaster.
I would agree with that. I think the Oblivion remaster is earlier than the Fallout one. Will it be this year? I don't know. Good old Collinwood says, hello, Rand and Jez. With the recent leak by Exputer that Xbox plans to publish a game from the ex-Rocksteady developers and now 100 Star Studios alongside the previously announced Contraband and others, and with Sony funding Stellar Blade and Helldivers 2, is Xbox returning to a strategy of getting external studios developing games for the Xbox platform? Games such as Rise, Son of Rome or the Crackdown series? Certainly Xbox has had enough studios to keep development of new games in-house. Some of the criticisms that was pitched at Xbox was that in the Xbox One era they didn't have enough in-house studios and relied on external studios to make games. What's changed? I don't think anything's changed.
No, something has changed.
Oh, you think something's changed?
Something's changed. Costs have changed. Sony said in their business thing.
About like California, right?
yeah, they want to pull development out of California, but it's not just California. It's Washington, and you know, a lot of these states have astronomically higher costs than they did previously. Like developing 343 in Washington is going to be orders of magnitude more expensive than developing it in Poland or even the UK. You know, so yeah, I do think Microsoft is thinking about like this is a good way we can reduce costs. Is potentially like working with prolific studios like, you know, the SC Game World and working with 11-bit Studio on their big Game Pass partnership for the Alters and Frostpunk 2 and stuff like that. This is a way to like reduce costs. So I do think that we probably will see more of these sort of these partnership projects as a way of potentially finding some good Game Pass content that can reduce churn without blowing up the bank. And I think like the Game Pass revenue funds a lot of that, you know. But yeah, I do think the costs have affected that stuff. But could we see Rise or Crackdown again? I don't know. I mean, handing off like their owned IP to other studios. I mean, we've seen them do that with Toys for Bob, presumably that they're working on Spyro. I mean, yeah, Toys for Bob have handled Spyro in the past, but Microsoft owns the franchise. But I do think we could see more Microsoft franchises go further afield.
When I said nothing's changed, I mean, it's not like Microsoft stopped using global publishing to publish games that weren't from their in-house studios.
Oh, I get it.
That's what I mean. Like, nothing's changed. It's just they're always looking for, you know, because they always get pitched games. They get pitched hundreds of games every year. And, you know, they see some ones that they like and like, okay, Stoic pitched Towerborn, but they liked it, so they signed him to a deal. 100-star people probably pitched whatever game there was, and Xbox saw it and they liked it, so they signed it. And it's cheaper to just sign these studios to deals to make games for you than it is to own them. So I don't think anything's really changed. It's just maybe there's been less deals made because of, you know, certain factors. But yeah, it's not like global publishing was doing nothing and now suddenly they're doing stuff again. They've always been doing something.
Yeah.
So
it's not like they're Mojang or anything.
Yeah. Trixar for Trey says, would there ever be a chance for Xbox to spin away from Microsoft? I would say if they haven't already, probably not. So I would say no. Governor Grimm says, now that Hellblade 2 has come out, what's your most anticipated game for the upcoming showcase? Ooh, yeah, it's really a tie between Perfect Dark and Doom, The Dark Ages. Mainly, I'll say Perfect Dark simply because I really want to know what that game plays like. Like, I already can picture in my mind what Doom is going to play like. Right? We've seen previous 2 Dooms. But a modern Perfect Dark? So, like, just from that, I kind of want to see it, just to see what it is, right?
Yeah.
Last Horizon. Hey, guys, had an observation after listening to last week's episode. Seems like it's been a while since Jess has banned half the chat. Jess is always very much ban heavy.
Yeah, I banned some political posts today.
Gooey Cheese 42. Okay, fellas, I'm a huge kaiju fan. To help Xbox with its presence in Japan, I think now would be the perfect time for a big budget Godzilla game. With Godzilla X Kong doing really well at the box office and Godzilla -1 winning a freaking Oscar, they could capitalize on the big guy's popularity. They wouldn't be the first time they got Godzilla either. Destroy All Monsters Melee was on the original Xbox and not on the PS3. Thanks for the great show. Godzilla game.
I think they could bring out the Crackdown destruction physics.
Yeah.
Dust that off and.
Dude, I just saw that Godzilla -1 is on Netflix now.
Oh, is it really?
I'm gonna go watch
Shit,
that.
I might watch that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go watch that.
Did you see all the discourse about Furiosa?
I did. Not doing well, and basically they're not doing any more Mad Max movies because of it. Yeah, it didn't. It's
this
high
is
budget and
property.
Yeah, it is what it is. I don't know. A Godzilla game could be. Has there really been a good Godzilla game? I don't know.
You're trespassing on private property.
There's not
Better
many
move
games
along,
where you
or
actually
else.
play as a monster that are truly successful.
Yeah. Plus, that's licensing. I would stay away from that. I think the last Godzilla game was like a PlayStation exclusive that was really, really bad on the PS4, if I'm not mistaken. 09C Mine. Hey, lads. Hope you both had a good week. Do you ever think there's a chance that Xbox can actually read the playing field and capitalize on it? I feel like they always make the stupid decisions when everything starts to go their way. For example, having a fantastic 2021, and then nothing in 2022, then having good positive momentum in 2023, and then throwing the whole community in disarray.
This place is
Recently
off
now,
limits.
also
Move
having
along.
all these games they could use to promote
This place
Xbox,
is off limits.
and yet I
Move
somehow
along.
predict they will use it on their multi-platform strategy and waste
This
all
is
the ammo
private
they have.
property.
Sorry, tangent over. Hey man, how many times have we talked about this specific thing?
This is private property.
Sometimes they read the playing field really correctly. It's just that they're super early. Whether it's with Kinect or like the TV stuff. Like now everything's TV. Now everything's TV. But it certainly wasn't back in 2013. Or Kinect. Hey, now everybody wants to put cameras and audio listening devices in your house and stuff, but not then. Or the digital ownership stuff. Like I think Xbox sees or Microsoft sees where it's gonna go. They're just too early where people aren't ready to accept it. And maybe that's very much like with their multi-platform push, where they feel like this is gonna be the future. They're just way too early when people aren't ready to accept that that's what's gonna happen. I don't know.
Well, they shove it in people's faces, and they don't position it very well. I think they're going to end up doing this with AI as well. Because, you know, like Microsoft developed this NPU, this neural processing unit, which lets you do, you know, generative AI tasks on the local device. I will bet money that the NPU is going to be on the next Xbox. But, like, already you've got people talking about potential privacy issues with the NPU. You know, the fact that a lot of people just aren't ready to accept AI, and the whole argument over generative AI being theft, you know, stealing art, or, you know, stealing from our YouTube videos even, you know, all that kind of stuff. And obviously, like, people want things like automatic super resolution, which they talked about, which is a feature of this NPU, is that, like, it can upscale games magically and offload processing tasks to free up the GPU for the actual games. But I think Microsoft's going to end up like positioning this badly, and everyone's going to freak out and say it's terrible. You know, just like they did with Kinect, just like they did with TV, so on and so forth. But maybe they've learned their lessons, but I don't think they have.
Let's see.
I don't think they have.
Kraken56. Hey guys, super excited for the showcase. Do you think the first-party games will show a high-quality bar? Or will they fall short of fan expectations for big budget games? Thank you guys. Love the show. Well, we'll have to see. I know Fable has a big budget. Doom's got a big budget. Perfect Dark, I think, probably has a big budget. Yeah, I think this showcase will be very telling about, you know, some of that stuff for sure.
Yeah, I really do think that a lot of the games that people were skeptical about previously are going to have a really good showing, and I think like visually as well, the games are going to be impressive. And Shinobi's been teasing Gear 6, and you know, being visually impressive, and the Coalition are contributing to all these games, like State of Decay, Fable, you know, even South of Midnight. Coalition's been contributing to that as well. So I think there's like a good slate of optimism to have about the showcase.
Yeah. Lee Sanders says, after seeing how well received the Astrobot game was at the State of Play, it really echoes how much the Xbox platform needs something like that. Let's hope Toys for Bob have the reins to do something that's fun and echoes the catalog and portfolio that Xbox has. Yeah, we talked about that as well. I can't wait for Astrobot. That game's going to be so good. There's just so many games coming out that time frame. It's like there's Star Wars Outlaws at the end of August, like the 29th. And then September 6th is Astrobot, but September 9th is Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2, which I'm interested in.
Oh, it's going to be fun.
Probably also right around that time will be the 1-year anniversary of Starfield for the expansion. will be right around then. Maybe even Dragon Age Dreadwolf. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things to look forward to. We don't know when Xbox is going to be putting out like Avowed or, Indiana Jones or Microsoft Flight Sim or Diablo expansion and stuff. So it could be really cool. But yeah, let me see if there's anything I missed here. We have Super Chat here from RDX and Effet. Wish Starfield was multi so I could play with Jez. Oh, multiplayer so I can play with Jez. He also says,
come and play Fallout 76. We've got a Discord. Yeah. On our Discord, discord.gg/xp2. We've actually got a Fallout 76 group going. Trent Super, Forward Brand, Discard with Caboose, and we've all been rocking Fallout 76 and we've been playing together. It's really, really fun. It's the next best thing to a multiplayer stuff. Come play.
He also says, Jez, what are we seeing from Halo at the showcase? Jez doesn't think we'll see anything from Halo. So
I think what's going to happen with Halo is 343 is going to be shut down.
Oh, shut up.
And all the budgets going to reviving Heroes of the Storm.
Yeah, take that as someone's going to actually assume you're being real with that. So you need to.
What do you need?
And BT Maverick with the 10 on the Ecstasy Podcast Mag when he wasn't sleeping mentioned that there is another game going to PlayStation that only had one game in the series. Hasn't been announced yet. Would that be Outer Worlds 2 ideas?
The way I see it, the common
it could be anything. I don't know.
And the Institute is the future.
We'll just have to wait and see. But anyways,
it was an honor
that is the show, guys. Really appreciate everyone being here on the Friday. Hope everything sounded well. Apologize for Jez's situation and his mic in the hotel in LA.
But the audio, I fixed the audio issue though. It was the thing, but yeah, it is what it is. There'll only be 2 shows on this.
Did I like boost you up to like 155%?
What's going on? Yeah, at the start it kept going down. Like when I was.
No, but even now, like I still have you at it now. But either way, whatever. We'll be doing Xbox Ultimate on Tuesday, talking about some stuff, and then we'll be back on Thursday. Not Friday, Thursday for the last Xbox show before this showcase, the last Xbox 2. And then after that, we'll see. Jez is going to be really busy Sundays and Mondays, so we'll see what we can do. We'll let you guys know. But until then, I hope everybody has a fantastic rest of the weekend. And yeah, love you all. Thank you for being here. Hit the like button, subscribe. Check out the Patreon. Check out, Manscaped code XB2 for 20% off if you want to buy something for yourself or someone in your family. And what else, Jez?
Yeah, I'll definitely be putting some exclusive behind the scenes videos up on Patreon as well.
You helped us out.
I don't know what that'll look like, but we'll experiment and have some fun. So
they're gonna have a hell of a time swimming in there. With
I'll put that through for like the lowest tier. So even if you subscribe at the lowest tier, you'll get some cool videos. But yeah.
All right. We will see you guys on next week. Later.
Rock and roll, baby.
Wiseman's built a place we ghouls can be proud of. Welcome. Oh no. Let's see. Need help here.
99. Find the Iran cast that won't put me to sleep.
Oh, don't do that
Oh,
shit.
no.
Jez. Don't do that.
Oh, come on now.
Miss our Jez. Don't you do that.
Oh, man. That hurts. Enigmatic Dreams with the 2 says nobody would ever trust Microsoft products if they go third. Gamer by Choice, member for 53 months. Thank you. It says people miss the point. It's about selling games and services. Xbox has made Sony distribute their games and services. Xbox doesn't want PlayStation dead. Not anymore, they don't. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He also says PlayStation also in more markets than Xbox, so it's smart for Xbox to use PlayStation distribution to sell games until they are in those markets.
they're bigger in more markets, but
Xbox's
I've always
strategy.
wondered versus Xbox network versus PSN, who's in more countries. I have no idea what those numbers are.
Yeah.
Because that's like one of the problems that PlayStation. Jim Ryan said in 2019, I think he was like, we want to do big things with PlayStation Plus and our services, and what do they call it? PlayStation Now and all that stuff. They want to do something more with that. He's like, we need to be in more countries and more markets before we go big. But I don't know how much of that they've grown.
And
across
Sony,
the world.
I think Sony has some huge investors meeting on May 23rd. That's being broadcasted, and
which I think that's about.
I don't know, but I did see Z Huge say that PlayStation has their own sort of meeting on like May 30th or something. Because like this is like sure PlayStation is going to be involved in that meeting, but obviously it's like Sony overall as a company. But I guess PlayStation has their own sort of meeting on May 30th. So I don't know. Who knows what they're going to say there? But I know that we've reached like 3 hours, and I know you guys. I know you're used to doing super long podcasts, Cog, but Colt is, very much like, hey, 2 hours, whatever. So I figured like,
I had a little break when I picked up my kids, but it's been really fun.
It was good fun, man. It flew by. Having fun with them.
Cog and I kind of injected a personality and ran for
Oh
today.
my god!
Yeah, I hit him with the bland out thought. Don't do that to him.
Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me, mister.
I need that immediately. Do not redeem that code. I need you to send it to me immediately. Martha.
Unbelievable. Well, thank you for injecting some personality in this podcast. So it wasn't just Randall Bland. It was a fun time. The 3 hours. I looked at the clock. I'm like, oh my god, it's already 3 hours. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah. We flew.
But I know you guys got things to do. I know Cog's plan for tonight. He's got to get some gaming in. Colt's got a lot of things he needs to do.
Yeah,
so.
this game I really want to
play.
play.
I really want to play right now.
Oh, I wonder what that game would be. So, Cog,
how'd you get that code?
You got ILP on Sundays. I'm sure this Sunday is going to be an interesting one with King and Addict and Sob. You got any guests coming on by this one, or
no guests this one?
No guests this week, just the Lords.
Yeah, just the Lords talking games every Sunday's the Lord's Day Iron Lords podcast on YouTube. Go check us out. And we're gonna have some fun topics. A lot of stuff we discussed here, and some other stuff as well. But always good to catch up with one of my favorite podcasts, Xbox 2. Hope Chaz is doing all right. And Colt, the homie, get to see you hopefully in LA or something soon, maybe.
I don't care what you thought. I told you.
Abraham Francis Finch, that's enough.
Mama,
Shut up, Jake. If I hear anything out of either of you, you'll both be peeling potatoes for the next year. I've watched you two go at it for years and tried to let you sort it out for yourselves. Abraham, your son is a grown man. And if you expect him to act like one, then you'd better stop treating him like a child. Jake, your father and I have been out there, and we know it can be dangerous. We just want to make sure you're prepared. There, it's over. And if I hear another word about it from either of you, so help me.
Mr. Finch.
She's right. I've been a fool. There's no way I can thank you enough. Here's the caps we agreed on, plus a bit for helping my boy. I think you should hang on to that sword. It'd put a smile on Granddad's face to know it was being used to help people.
Bye. Thanks again for getting me out of there.
I just need to trade gear with you.
Okay.
Just looking to trade a little.
Okay. course.
Hey.
What? It's the plan. Anything I can lug for you?
I'd like to trade some items.
Sure thing. You're welcome around my farm anytime.
Hey, Carla.
Need to pick something up? It's pretty long.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Let's take a look.
Always happy to meet.
Uh-huh.
outfit for the captain.
Women of the Commonwealth ain't exactly lining up to be farmers' wives.
Then you need a farm girl. There's plenty out there, you know, that haven't had the girls nice enough. And there's that girl at Warren. What's her name? Jody?
Janie. And she's too young for me. The Louisiana has only got eyes for Hawthorne, I'd say.
Well, don't you worry, son. There's someone out there for you.
You're the one who's worried. I can't move past all the weeds I got.
building a good selection or something?
Most people are good at breaking things. I enjoy putting them back together. Huh?
General. Anything else need doing? Maybe you can find out where those bastards are coming from and stop them. One of our settlements is asking for help. Sounds like they're trying to stand up to some raiders. It's a good chance to show how much better things could be if we'd all stick together. Hey.
Ned. Something you need? I'm gonna run some diagnostics while you're tinkering. Take your time.
You know what? Since we talked, I'm feeling swell. Look at the two of us here in Sanctuary, prepared for the future.
Huh?
They didn't tell me much, Vault Tech. Just to make sure everyone filled out their forms. I was supposed to win a pack of steak knives.
Hey, now that you're back here in Sanctuary, how would you like a job?
You have no idea what it's been like scrounging around for 2 centuries with this ugly mug.
What have you got to trade today?
2 centuries, and your skin's as smooth as a baby.
Heads up.
No. I'll see what I can do.
What have you got to trade today?
You know, things are looking up. I can feel it this time.
Hey.
If you work, you eat. It's as simple as that.
At least it's not raining. Hey.
The detective's life isn't an easy one, but it rarely lacks for
Heads up.
excitement.
Look alive.
Do something for you?
Hey, Valentine.
How we doing on the hunt for Eddie's tapes?
Still searching.
Just let me know.
Look alive.
I I'm listening. On.
Hey.
I'm all ears.
Over here.
Count on it. Here's what I've got.
Hi, how are you?
Yes? Just wanted to trade a few things.
Great episode of Stay Woke TV. If I do say so myself. They be doing all sorts of fuck up shit. Alright, I think we're ready to play. God damn, did I just really spend the last 4 hours building up my settlements? Oh, it was fun. Almost too much fun. Kind of probably boring for y'all, but extremely fun for me, I guess.
Maybe we'll see.
Yeah, it won't be long. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they stand on their square only because of the fact, like Rand said, you know, historically Fable has always had like this creator player. So in my mind, that's a placeholder character that they're utilizing for a trailer, as opposed to, again, if the vision is still classic Fable, right, where you make your character from the ground up, and then as the story goes on, depending on your actions, you get horns or whatever, you get more angelic. So I think they probably just leave it, but it'll be interesting because I did see feedback, which is interesting. A lot of people didn't like it, but also the question is that really representative of how people feel, or is it the echo chamber that is Twitter, and people that's really not the consensus? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I've been following.
Let's ask Rand. Rand, is that an echo chamber, or do you think it's a problem that the way she looks? What's your take on that? You don't like talking about this stuff.
I honestly don't know if it's a problem or not. I mean, clearly people don't like it, but then also, how much of that stuff is really kind of bandwagon hate, I guess.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I don't know. I honestly, it could be a problem if it steamrolls and it gets like into a big movement, but I honestly, I don't know how to answer that question.
It doesn't change how much I want to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, I probably wasn't going to play if given the choice about like, hey, you can be male or female in that game, I probably would choose a dude anyways. I know like some people will choose like, well, I want to look at a woman's ass while I play the game. And I did play as Cassandra in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and that was the right choice. But that's more because like
she was charismatically awesome.
Yeah, like, and when I talk to people about Cyberpunk, I'm like, who do I play as, the girl or the guy? Because I'm trying to get the best performance out of the voice acting, rather than like
I think
how does the character look.
The better actor.
Yeah, so it's like that's more important for me, So maybe the female voiceover in Fable would be much superior than the male voiceover. We just don't know yet. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see next time they show it. But I mean, like, I don't think we'll see it at this year's, because I think we'll see Perfect Dark. I think we'll see Fatal 3. I think we'll see the new Doom. I think they're unveiled the Gears 6. Probably announced the Gears collection and stuff. So there's going to be a bunch of games that are being revealed for the first time or being essentially re-revealed. And I think Fable's next year. So maybe they hold off on Fable, Clockwork Revolution, and South of Midnight, and hold those to like the Dev Direct in January. Or maybe they don't. Maybe they're just like, we're just gonna show this stuff. I don't know. This is like, there's so many things they could do.
Go, yeah.
You know.
And Hellblade kind of threw us off too, because there were times when I thought they weren't gonna show it. I remember Colt, they showed it last year, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, they kind of maybe we ain't gonna see it again. But so yeah, it is interesting. It could go either way.
They didn't need to show Hellblade at the last showcase.
I would agree.
Yeah. I was like, what was that? She screamed into a puddle in a cave and then she bounced.
He was like, yeah, what happened?
Yeah. Hey, I remember watching the scene at the Game Awards. Was it the Game? No, it was the showcase.
Showcase.
Yeah, showcase.
Yeah. Slow-mo backslap with the $10. Say, hey guys, sup my Bridge 4 brother? What's up, Slow-mo? Hey, Slow-mo. I hear Forte, your co-host, has a better PC than you now, bro. What's up with that?
Uh-oh.
You're the PC guy, you know. You're the one that always has those numbers on the left corner of your screen telling you that it's running at 70 frames, and you're in there and your stream's being like, oh my god, I don't know if I can play this game. It's at 74 frames. I'm gonna change the settings so I can get 78 frames. Right? But yes, Forte's got a 4090 now. Are you gonna be able to live with that? Forte. Yeah, Forte is gonna be experiencing games better than you can experience them. Is that gonna be a problem? My Bridge 4 brother? I don't know. But he says, I'm wondering if COG is going to play the First Descendant this summer, especially since Destiny is going to be dead soon after that Final Shape DLC puts the final nail in it.
Let me handle my brother. Right, man. I love him. He's going through a bit of mourning. Division is his favorite game. And we want to pour some liquor out. Rest in peace. Send our condolences to Division Heartland. He's dead on arrival this week. And he's going through a tough time. He's looking for a new home. We'll have him. We'll have him over at Destiny if he chooses. I know he's been trying to play Destiny for this is our best moment. Pray for our brother as he goes through this tough time. Or one last one out for the Division.
I forgot. Slow-Mo's a huge fan.
Yeah, that's his favorite franchise.
Oh, okay. You're throwing shit.
Hey.
That's how we play. We play dirty. That's my brother. I love him.
I loaded that thing back up a couple months ago, and it's so impressive. But yeah, nobody's playing it.
Say that again, Cole. What's going on?
Nobody's
playing it. You see, they just canceled a Division game, Division Heartland, that was in development for like 4 years or whatever it is. Supposed to be an extraction shooter. Canceled. Done and over with. My heart goes out there for all those Division fans. Ubisoft gonna do what Ubisoft does, though.
I like the Division. I do like the Division, but yeah, unfortunately, no highlight. We'll see what happens with Div 3. We'll see.
Would they even do one? Because Massive did Avatar, and then they're doing Star Wars Outlaws. So
that's right. They're doing Outlaws. I forgot they pulled that team off.
Are they going to make another Division? Maybe they make another one for next gen, but. We have Mr. EF with the $4.99. I pay for 3 Ultimates, but my kids tend to play free games mostly, so canceling 2. We need a family plan, and I would gladly pay 25 to 30 tops. Did this die? Kind of seems like it has, right? But I don't know. We'll find out eventually. Game of Groans with the 5 says, the concern is real. I have lost 7 of my Xbox friends since the multiplat news. And they have started to shift to PC and PS5. I've lost trust in the brand, to be honest.
Look, that's fair. I think anybody who's frustrated or they confused or they say, yo, there's a lack of... I think that is fair to say that. But again, it ultimately comes down to what you go for. Are you here? If you're here for games, then to me, it's clear it's game advertising. But if we're here, to play list war on Twitter, who got what, then it may be a different outcome for you because
it's a losing fight, right?
Yeah, like you ain't gonna be able to talk to a PlayStation fanboy to say X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? Because this
They'll
is
just
now...
say, I'll wait and play it on PS5.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's funny because those guys were like, I don't need Xbox, I got a beast PC, and then they're out there lobbying, stop putting your games on PC, PlayStation. Like I thought you had a PC, bro. Yeah, it's kind of the whole thing has become kind of a joke. But I still mess with it.
I will say in defense of the people who are frustrated, I am seeing, shout out to my brother Farzani, like I am seeing some people say, you know what, I'll just go to PC and kind of get the best of all the worlds.
PC is gonna be the future.
And ultimately, if you do that, that's what Xbox still wins you anyway. Like they don't have any problem if you're over there, so to speak. So you got to do what's best for you, man.
We have Juan with $10. He says, I don't care about the Xbox social media drama. My only concern would be if they decided to release everything in 2024 and leave almost nothing for 2025. Social media is not real life. Colt, be nice.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
He's using your tagline. But yeah.
I need to work on it too.
20.
Hey, I've got a little thought experiment for you. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, like, they got plenty of games for 2025 and 2026. Like, we sort of know what's coming this year, and it's a matter of, like, will Gears Collection also be this year? Because everything else seems to be either next year or the year after that. So I wouldn't be worried about putting everything out this year and having nothing for next year.
So how about a quiz on what is coming in 2024? I ran this this graphic by Rand on the phone the other day that I kind of made up. I kind of put together and thought there's some big games coming in 2024, and I kind of covered this on my show on Monday. So I'll ask you guys because there's a couple small games like Replace is coming this year. What's the other small game that's coming? Rand from Xbox. Oh, Immortals 33. It's a cool little like top-down roguelite MMO multiplayer game.
Powerborn.
So I'll go through the list, and I want you guys to say yes or no.
Quick fire.
A quick fire, yes. I'll do it quickly.
Let's go.
If you're confident that it's very possible that these games could release in 2024.
All right.
Avowed.
Yes.
Yes.
Towerborn.
Yes.
Oh boy. Getting good at this game.
Okay, so I think Rand is probably
Rand is no. Rand is no.
I'll land on yes. I'll
Gears of War collection.
Yes.
Time to lock in.
Okay.
Oh man,
Cog.
I'm gonna say no until I hear. You know what? I need to see it to believe it. No disrespect, Special Nick. I love you.
I mean,
until I see it, I don't believe nothing.
There's a chance it could be announced but not released this year.
I'm gonna say no. I want to be proven wrong.
I mean, I'm teetering on the edge of Towerborn because I'm like, when are you gonna release it? You know, like, but yeah, I'll say yes for Gears Collection. Go ahead.
Okay.
Stalker 2.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, these two are tough. Oblivion remaster. I say no. I don't think they exist.
No.
anymore.
I don't think so.
Fallout 3 remaster. I'm gonna say I don't really know if it's still going on.
I would say no.
I'm gonna say yes.
Okay. Forza Horizon 6.
No.
I'm gonna say yes.
Oh, you think they dropped it?
I think it's ready. It's been 3 years, but Rand's trepidation makes me think that somebody's been whispering.
No, nobody's been whispering. I'm just saying I just don't see it. But
Age of Mythology. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Call of Duty Black Ops. Gulf War, whatever.
Yes.
It's called. Black Ops 6.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for.
Contraband.
No.
I like this game.
I'm hearing people are testing the crap out of it, so it must be close. I'm thinking Contraband might make it like around this time next year, like early spring, whatever.
I'm gonna say no, only because we get to that point where release cadence is so packed up.
Oh shit! Run! Oh shit!
What the hell? All these games have been delayed for 4 years. Like you got to release them sometime.
At some point.
As Matt Booty says. Crap or get off the pot. He doesn't say that, but
bro, that's the first time I ever got scared.
Starfield Shattered Space Expansion.
Yes.
Flight Simulator 2024.
That was
Yes.
terrifying.
Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so
Red, wait, hold. Red hesitated.
I mean,
Hold on.
according to Tom
Red
Warren,
hesitated.
it's coming to December. December is pretty close to getting a delay to like March or something. You know?
Can we sit on Indiana Jones for a second?
Sure.
Let's go.
Not literally, but
Let's go.
why the fudge? Excuse my language. Are you putting out one of your biggest games in the death month?
I know.
In the post Christmas.
Either
that
not
game.
post Christmas. It's post.
Well, it's post holiday Christmas. Okay? It's where games go to die. I don't get. Here's my take. Indiana Jones. They really want to have that 2024, but there's just something where they couldn't get it by November, so they had to say, "Man, we really want to be here in 2024." So we're putting it in the ooh brother month.
Yeah, December is a little. You know, but there are Xbox games that have done extremely well in December. I'm thinking of
High on Life.
High on Life was massive in December. Well? Yes, that was
sold really well, even though
it sold crazy.
It was
it was fun.
It was like the biggest third-party Game Pass release of all time until Power World came out or whatever it was. And wasn't there a game that also just came out in December of this past year that did really well too? I'm trying to think. Maybe Chat knows. Chat.
Chat, help us out. What came out in December last year?
Was there a game that came out in December of this past year? Well, I mean, I guess Pal World came out.
Did Guardians of the Galaxy
January.
come out in December, guys? I was trying to remember that one too.
I want to say there was like 2 Decembers in a row where there were like 2 bigger games that actually did really well, but I think Avatar didn't do. Yeah, I wasn't thinking of Avatar. Maybe it really is just high on life.
Yeah. No, to add to your point, you're right, Rand, that there have been games that have been up. My selfishness is that I'm pulling for that game. I think that game is going to be really great with machine games and also Todd's involvement. And I'm just upset that it would definitely not qualify for a Game Awards nomination at that time.
Oh yeah,
and I'm tired of Xbox.
And it's not in the blockbuster
I'm tired of Xbox not having their titles aligned. But because we have to admit, that's something Sony does really well. They make sure they get in before those deadlines to be, part of those conversations. And I want to see a scenario where you have, at least 2 to 3 potential nominations, for a Game of the Year or something like that. I just. Look, the game's gonna come out when it's ready, but it'd be one that I wouldn't be mad if it got delayed one time. But we'll see what happens.
You wouldn't be mad at what?
I would be mad if it got delayed, only because.
Yeah, at this point, I would rather it be delayed and be even better instead of trying to get the 2024.
Yeah, I wonder. Well, maybe Tom's sourcing is. Maybe it's wrong. Maybe it was heard wrong, or maybe they push it forward. But then it's like you have Assassin's Creed Shadows already sitting there at November 15th. You figure like Indiana Jones at the beginning of December, November would be great, but also the rumor is you're launching the new COD at the end of October. And then, okay, when's the Valve going to be ready? When's Microsoft Flight? So it's like this is sort of a problem they could have where it's kind of all going to, the games are going to start launching next to each other. I guess I'll say I wouldn't be surprised if it did get delayed. Slightly.
You know what? F them. They've had me sit here and wait for 4 years for games they announced in 2020. They haven't had major blockbuster games outside of 2021 over really the past decade. So if they have to slam their games up against each other and hurt each other's sales and jam pack them into Game Pass, F them. That's their problem to deal with. Give me the games. I'm tired of waiting. And all you guys here who are watching the show, you want the games. And you know what? If you're here watching Rand's show, I bet you anything. You get in those games, you marinated them, you hit them hard for 2 weeks. You get everything out of them, and you're ready for you put on the bib. I'm ready for my next game. And that's how we are. Sometimes we spend a month on a game, but sometimes we hit like a banger.
And if you're here, hit the like button. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Go over to Colt's channel. Hit the subscribe button over there. Follow him on Twitter. Same thing for Cog. Follow him on Twitter. Follow ILP. What? Maybe you could just easily move Indiana Jones to January. January always has huge games. Indiana Jones could, January's I guess the rumor is Resident Evil 9 is coming out there, but enough about Indiana Jones and stuff like that.
What I was going to say was that we kind of collectively came up with about 8 games that we think are releasing from the showcase until now, and most of those were pretty big games outside of Towerborn. There was one last one.
Okay.
Doom Year Zero. Tom Warren reported from The Verge that we're going to see Doom, but his report on his article said that he could see it releasing this year, and I'm like, that's a pretty bold statement. 2016 was shown in the summer and released in May. I'm thinking Doom is next year.
I'm thinking Doom is next year, but I do feel we will see it at the showcase. That's not to mention like Diablo 4's expansion they're going to have this year. World of Warcraft expansion. You mentioned the Shattered Space expansion. Those are all big things.
Sound like a lot of games.
Speaking of Doom, I'm going to hit everybody with some reality check. If you love Doom Eternal, the crazy thing about Doom Eternal, we were all hyped to play it. That game literally came out right at the beginning or right in the middle of the genesis of the global shutdown of COVID, if I remember correctly. You remember what month it released, Rand?
It was March. It released in March, and it was like the same day as Animal Crossing.
What part of March? Because I think it was like March 9th or
I don't know.
Oh yeah, so it was like a week into everyone put on a mask, wear a mask when you go on the drive-thru
I have this question in chat I wanted to answer. It'll get into our last topic. Sebastian Cooper says, I really wish the panel would answer this question. Nobody wants to bring this up, but I'm just wondering, do you guys think Sony will be able to afford the marketing rights for Grand Theft Auto? Now, the reason I bring this up is because we finally got information yesterday that Take-Two, they came out and said that GTA 6 is going to be fall 2025. It's going to be fucking massive. Oh, yeah. I guess, like Sebastian's question, do you think Sony will be able to afford it? Soon, marketing rights for Grand Theft Auto will be very much sought after, but also very expensive. If I had to make a guess and put money back on who had marketing rights for it, yeah, I would say Sony. Sony they started off this whole generation with, they opened up their showcase with Grand Theft Auto 5. So, like, I wouldn't be surprised if that was who they would market it with.
And you combine that with the fact that, let's be honest, in order to really move units on PS5 Pro, it would be a pairing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm curious what that bag looked like, because this Take-Two ain't gonna take it.
Well, maybe Microsoft's like, take your time, Rocksteady. Maybe you need to come out in 2026, closer to the launch of the new Xbox rather than the launch of
Rocksteady?
I meant Rockstar. Than the launch of the
Recipes to
PS5
Rocksteady,
Pro.
by the way.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I see your thought process.
You know, it's just, Grand Theft Auto is going to be that release, just like Hogwarts Legacy, but on a bigger scale, where people buy consoles. Especially if everybody's still on last gen, like half the people. Grand Theft Auto is going to be that game.
You know what the best part about Grand Theft Auto is for us?
What, playing it at 30
the
frames?
PC guys bending the knee and buying a console.
Yeah. It's funny because, like,
they'll bend that $600 knee and they'll play that 30 frames and they'll like it.
Our buddy Fon, Slow Mo, all the PC Master Race diehards.
Our buddy Zocker 87, that fraud with his $6,000
single one of them will be on console playing Grand Theft Auto at 30 frames, and they'll be whining and go, 30 frames, I'm doing this.
I had to turn my TV on full motion because I couldn't take it. Yeah. Oh, I love it when all those guys are like, I'm just going to wait for the PC version while everyone is outside playing together, looking through the blinds like Squidward, like, oh, we'll buy a console. That's going to be glorious.
Yeah, so messy.
Hey, you know it's right, right?
It is funny. It is funny.
Yeah, Mav says nobody will wait on GTA.
Yep.
Man, I really hope. I mean, I expect it to be another world-changing, video game. I can't wait. That's my $200
Yeah. The other thing that they kind of revealed in this financial thing is that 2K is about to reveal a sequel to one of its biggest and most beloved franchises. So I'm going to ask you guys, what is that franchise? What game are they going to reveal from what franchise? You think it's Borderlands 4?
Yeah, I think so.
You agree with Code, or do you think it could be something else?
Makes sense. It fits the description, you know, as far as they've taken them back.
They've been all over there.
They've been all over the place. Yeah, Gearbox is outside. I'm assuming Andy Pitchford and the crew will be ready. It kind of makes sense. You had to go there. That is what he does it all.
I really like that guy until some of the reports came out from him. But you know, for me, it's all about the game. It's all about playing Borderlands. I try not to look behind the curtain to see who's there. But I'm a big Borderlands fan.
NBA 2K. That was
what?
Funny. Oh, that's NBA 2K25. Yo, that's wild.
You know, it shocks me that 2K24 was the highest selling game on the PlayStation.
Possibly. People love 2K.
It's crazy. Like, I would think it would be Call of Duty or something else, and like all year long.
All they do every year is do 2K. $150 worth of VGM. We all got a friend.
We got a friend.
Yeah, we all share a friend. And I know many of them that every year they drop. That's a thing.
I was experiencing Cyberpunk for the first time. Like when it came out, my buddy'd be like, "Come play some NBA 2K with me." I'm like, "Bro, no, like I'm in the world. Like I'm getting my mind transformed from this open world game. Like, come shoot some ass with this." I'm like, "Bro, you need to see something. You got a problem. Too much 2K.
Too much 2K. Yeah. You know, I guess for the franchise, like you said, Cole could be. It could be
yeah. What else could it be?
There's a rumor that they're about to make a Mafia. That. Or Bioshock. You know they're working on a Bioshock game. So, I guess you got three things to choose from.
Do you have faith in a Bioshock, Mr. Bioshock? I paid $200. I have faith in a Bioshock without Ken Levine.
No, I have faith in Ken Levine to make Bioshock in space, but I don't have faith in whoever's supposedly shepherding the new Bioshock.
Are you going to pay $200 to your supposed good friend?
I wouldn't.
Is he going to ham hock you to get Judas for $200?
It's funny. I wouldn't have said good friend. It was just a friend I knew, a person. I wouldn't even, it's just a good friend.
Yeah, when you say good friend, I'm like, damn, that boy hard. I'm like, damn, that was a stick up. You want it? 200.
60
bucks. Go to Taco Bell. I got you.
$140. But it's worth every single penny. I do it all over again.
Do you still have his number? Because I want the next Bioshock.
No, I don't.
I thought it was shooting from the other side.
I don't know.
I'm going halvesies for Cog and I to play early.
We have a super chat here for Fonz, or not for Fonz, for Cog from Face 23 BKNY 1999. At Lord Cog, Greenberg Hi-Fi Rush met all of our metrics. A year later, Tango gets shut down. I'm humming. He added it at you. So,
okay. So maybe the hum is when I do the fall for the hum, which I actually wasn't successful. So maybe he's doing that because I'm a big fan. What is he asking about?
I don't know. He's just saying, hey, they said Matt Booty, or he said Aaron Greenberg, said Hi-Fi Red Blood all metrics. A year later, Tango gets shut down. I'm humming at you. Says he's humming at you.
Maybe he's humming at me because it's Starfield. But yeah, it's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate. No one, I will say this on the record, if I haven't said, I am not forgiving them for shutting down Tango. Like, I'm very upset about that. And for me, who loves Japanese games and always support when they make strides, that was their Japanese studio by proxy. So that broke my heart, and I'm a huge John fan. I interviewed him. I mean, to me, he was a rock star. He was the next one up, and to see what happened and how it went down. And then again, I don't know if the comments by Matt Booty were taken out of context, but when I see, even, and again, Hi-Fi Rush is not a smaller game, but when I see the comments that say, hey, we want to foster an environment that produces these these award-winning games. And I don't know if y'all saw on Twitter, the developer from Tango, one of the, I believe, studio directors, had all the awards of Hi-Fi Rush in his house. And he took a picture and it was like, and he had a question like, not enough. That's heartbreaking, man. That's heartbreaking. So for me, look, I try to be fair. Corporate Star does be fair and say, okay, you know what, Arcane Arsenal, you have a situation like Redfall. I see a scenario where a studio can get shut down for that. I can see a situation like Alpha Corp, and I believe they did Game Mobile. You might see as a redundancy in terms of Xbox and King and the mobile division. Okay, I can kind of get that. And then the other one, what was it, Roundhouse or whatever? I kind of can understand. But Tango, that, I can't forgive that one. And that one, anyone in face or anybody, that is fake. Nah, you can't do that, bro. Like that, if there's anything they could do to save that one, that's the one. I'm the Ghostwire guy. Thought that was an amazing first part of a franchise. And Hi-Fi Rush, man, I'm not even a rhythm anything like that. I thought I wouldn't be into it, and I remember playing it, and it had a mascot. So yeah, I'm still reeling from it. So face, that's fair.
Is Hi-Fi, do you think that they would just close it and not make another one?
I think so. Donataku with the 5. When Xbox didn't have games, the consumer-friendly brand image was made up of it. Now Xbox has games and fans are too concerned about the
That's a good point.
On Ecstasy, Meg and I, my co-host, Bill H. Bean Guy, we often kind of poke fun at the Xbox song and dance that they do when they don't have games or when they're waiting on their delivery. They do a lot of dancing and a lot of smoke screens, a lot of nail polish, body wash, you know, American Girl doll stuff, and it gets really irritating as a fan. Like, I'm here for the games. I'm not here for like the you know, the flaming controller, feel the burn,
feel the burn.
And I really feel like it's a song and dance to make up for when they don't have games. And it's not just that. I say that because the fans get in an uproar because PlayStation will announce some really cool stuff. They'll have a big high market moment, or they're winning awards when Xbox literally is releasing nothing for 8 months at a time. And they've done that a couple times this generation alone. And it makes it even worse when everyone else, not just PlayStation, everyone else is talking about games, talking about what they're doing, all their success, and Xbox is like, yeah, but we got nail polish because, you know, the games aren't here yet. And I call it the song and dance because PlayStation outsells Xbox 5-1 this past quarter. Why? They've put out zero games. PlayStation has literally put out 4 times the games to sell 5 times the consoles in the past quarter. Xbox has not put out games. And guess what? When we start to see Game Pass numbers go up and console sales go up, what is the deciding factor of why those numbers go up, Randy? It's usually a game. And Xbox sitting here and going, we need to do better. We have a Excel spreadsheet that, you know, we have so many games. What's that remind me of on TV? We have so many things, we don't even know what to, we have so many games, we don't even know what to do with them.
Yeah, they're all bumping up into one another. It's a good problem to have. It's a problem. So
yeah. So, but I think I'm tired of saying that we're getting out of the woods with that, but I think if you really believe when we broke down those games, I know you couldn't see them, we were just saying the names. If you truly believe, hey man, at least 6 of those AAA big blockbuster games are coming out from now until the end of the year, like that's fantastic. That's more than Xbox has ever done. And then you're like, oh, those other big ones, well, those are probably coming out in the next months or the next year. So, Jared Jones, would you quit being such a dork? When Cole starts crying, you know, this is what I love, Cog. This is what I absolutely love. They're either calling me a corporate shill or they're calling me a doom and gloomer, because no one can ever expect that a human being could feel disdain or celebrate the good or call Xbox out on what they're not doing right. And I've learned a lot over the past couple of years. It is so easy to say, you know what? That wasn't the right answer, Xbox. That wasn't the right choice. You don't double the price of Xbox Game Pass. Of Xbox Live. We're not going to stand for it. And I'm going to use my voice and followers to let you know it's not going to happen. And we turn that around in 8 hours. So yeah, I am going to call out Xbox when they don't do things right. And when they do, I'm going to celebrate it because I like this hobby. So yeah, anyway.
I feel you.
Man.
yeah, gamer by choice.
What was the original point of that?
I don't know.
Yeah, the
but
song and dance thing drives me crazy. Their hesitation.
You got a super
Sorry.
chat for you. So Cog got one from Face. Gamer by Choice has one for you for 5. Colt, with all due respect, you need to stay off social media and play more games. Gaming is more than just first-party games. I never run out of games.
Uh-oh. First party is the least of what I play.
I mean, it would be the least of what anybody plays.
Yeah, I mean, I play a ton of games. I'm on Xbox all the time. But, you know, like, I'm not always in this game room playing games. But, yeah, I need to stop listening to social media because I feel like, hey, is that how everyone feels? But, yeah, I play a ton of games. I play a lot. I mean, I put 300 hours into Starfield. Holy crap. Cog, I played like 50 hours of Fallout 4 when the update was coming in like 5 days or something. It was nuts. Yeah, I played so much. I'm playing all the time though, but yeah.
Yeah, you play games, bro.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I got Super Panda with the 5. My Xbox still runs great and has fun games. No reason to fret business stuff. I'll miss both studios, but I don't play studios. Okay. But Tate Master Jitsusu with the 199. 10 years without a game of the year. Matt Booty is not good. Stop capping. I mean, was anybody capping?
We never said he was.
Matt Booty? I didn't hear any of that.
Again, I find it interesting for people who don't have skin in the game or that's not their preferred platform to impose on you how you're supposed to feel about your platform. I always find that interesting.
JD Gamer at the 99. All Xbox has to do is come out and say, what they haven't for years, and that's we want to win. Say that, and you get there, and you get for the zeitgeist back, and then tell the people how you plan to win, and that with games.
You ain't like the FTC.
Yeah.
You ain't like his bars there. You spent him out of business. He wasn't feeling that.
That was the Matt Booty email. Nerds and Other Legends with the 10. I think more important than exclusivity is association with the brand. Microsoft and Xbox really don't advertise that a studio belongs or a game came from an Xbox family of studios. They don't spread the gospel. That'd be more like the marketing angle of everything. Mescalado with the 5. My idea that would save Xbox is this. Make it exclusive to Game Pass for 1 year, then sell it on purchase on select platforms. Boom, game over. I think that's something they said they would never do, is release a Game Pass only game.
Yep.
Where you couldn't, because even Phil said Game Pass isn't the entire business. Like they have the retail model where you can buy games digitally or at the store and all those sort of stuff. So I get what you're saying. Is like, well, if you really cared about Game Pass, only make it on Game Pass. But third parties wouldn't want that. You'd have to like really pay through the nose for it. I don't know. I get what you're saying about like that would definitely probably increase numbers, but I think a lot of people would shun their nose at that of like, oh, now you're taking away the fact that I can't own it now, right?
Yeah, that's why I get annoyed when people say that Game Pass is unsustainable. Well, Game Pass isn't the be all end all of the business. That's like saying that the console is unsustainable. It's not the only way that Xbox is in the gaming business. They sell on PC. They sell their console games. They sell people through the subscription service. Like, if one thing doesn't make as much money as the other, like that's all this push and pull. It's how you run a business. You have to have different revenue streams that can work in concert to make them money. And hopefully those numbers go up, because the last report wasn't very good with Activision Blizzard in there, but still early days.
Screen name went to 199. Find the Iran cast that won't put me to sleep.
Oh, don't do that.
Oh, no.
Don't do that.
Oh, come on now.
Miss our jazz. Don't you do that.
Oh, man. That hurts. Enigmatic Dreams with the 2 says nobody would ever trust Microsoft products if they go third. Gamer by Choice, member for 53 months. Thank you. He says people miss the point. It's about selling games and services. Xbox has made Sony distribute their games and services. Xbox doesn't want PlayStation dead. Not anymore, they don't. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He also says PlayStation also in more markets than Xbox, so it's smart for Xbox to use PlayStation's distribution to sell games until they are in those markets.
They're bigger in more markets, but I've always wondered versus Xbox network versus PSN, who's in more countries. I have no idea what those numbers are. Because that's like one of the problems that PlayStation. Jim Ryan said in 2019, I think he was like, we want to do big things with PlayStation Plus and our services, and what do they call it? PlayStation Now and all that stuff. They want to do something more with that. He's like, we need to be in more countries and more markets before we go big. But I don't know how much of that they've grown.
And
across
Sony,
the world.
I think Sony has some huge investors meeting on May 23rd. That's being broadcasted.
What y'all think that's about?
I don't know, but I did see Z Huge say that PlayStation has their own sort of meeting on like May 30th or something. Because like this is like sure PlayStation is going to be involved in that meeting, but obviously it's like Sony overall as a company. But I guess PlayStation has their own sort of meeting on May 30th. So I don't know. Who knows what they're going to say there? But I know that we've reached like 3 hours, and I know you guys. I know you're used to doing super long podcasts, Cog, but Colt is, very much like, hey, 2 hours, whatever. So I figured
I had a little break when I picked up my kids, but it's been really, really fun.
Yeah, it's been fun, man. It flew by because I was just having fun with the homies talking.
Cog and I kind of injected a personality and ran for today.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I hit him with the bland out thought. Don't do that to him.
Hey, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me, Mister. How'd you get that code?
I need that code immediately.
Yeah.
Do not redeem that code. I need you to send it to me immediately.
Martha.
Unbelievable. Well, thank you for injecting
You
some
exposed
personality
me,
in this
bro.
podcast. So it wasn't just Randall Bland Althor. It was fun times. Like the 3 hours. I looked at the clock and I'm like, oh my god, it's already 3 hours. Like,
It was
this
going
is
by
ridiculous.
fast, yeah.
We flew.
But I know you guys got things to do. I know Cog's plan for tonight. He's got to get some gaming in. Colt's got a lot of things he needs to do.
Yeah,
so.
this game I really
It's a
want to play.
game I
right
really
now.
want to play right now.
Oh, I wonder what that game would be. So, Cog,
How'd you get that code?
You got ILP on Sundays. I'm sure this Sunday is going to be an interesting one with King and Addict and Sav. You got any guests coming on by this one, or
No guests this one.
No guests
Yeah,
this week, just the Lords.
Yeah. Just the Lords talking games. Every Sunday is the Lord's Day, Iron Lords podcast on YouTube. Go check us out. And yeah, we're going to have some fun topics, a lot of stuff we discussed here, and some other stuff as well. But always good to catch up with one of my favorite podcasts, the Xbox 2. Hope Chaz is doing all right. And Colt, the homie, get to see you hopefully in LA or something soon, maybe. Maybe we'll see.
Yeah, it won't be long. It won't be long. Been
yeah.
really trying to get everybody all coordinated and taken care of, and it's got a couple other people I need to get accommodated so that they can go. But yeah, a lot of good stuff, and I'm really positive about the showcase. I'm really excited. From what I think will be there, what I could guess is going to be there. I'm going to sit back and enjoy it, and then come home and we can talk about what we're going to be playing like so soon.
Yeah,
it's going to be a good year. It's going to be a good year
fun.
once we get into the summer.
Absolutely.
More of my type of games coming out.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
And then we got to drag Rand out one time. We got to drag him out.
We will. I think
I'm coming back to Chicago. You got to get.
Yeah, I mean, I was at E3 in 2016, sir.
It's been a minute, sir.
Yeah, bro, that was a decade ago. We got to work on
Cog,
it.
you were just over at my house not that long ago.
That is true. That is true. I'm trying to get more people to see Red. Red come outside.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I got to see Cog like just not long ago, where we were in a fourth dimensional time warp inside a parking garage and couldn't get out in my car.
You know what it felt like? What was that game Kojima made? It was PT. Like, you know how you're stuck and you keep going through the same doors, and we couldn't escape a building. It was hilarious.
It was a parking garage,
moment.
just like arrow up to the exit, it'd go up and it'd bring us back down and go in a circle and be a different level. And I'm like, oh my gosh! And then I would see an entrance and it would like zoom away from me, and
bro,
we're gonna die in here.
Yeah, we
got
got
a
to
granola bar in the
go
glove
Eastwood
box.
in this spot. In this spot. But it's gonna be fun seeing you and the homies, man.
Yeah.
But yo,
it's gonna
fun
be good.
times, brother. And again, Rand, the homie, much appreciated on the invite.
Of course. And thanks to the one and only Code Eastwood.
Yeah, shout out to your
YouTuber
chat.
extraordinaire, host of the XNC podcast Monday nights with the Mag.
I love the mag so much. Yeah, I just have to give props to your chat. I recognize almost every name in here, and the people that hang out. Someone said earlier in the show they felt like they were sitting around a fireside, around a campfire with their buddies.
I like that one. Yeah, I like
that means so much to us, because I watch a lot of podcasts. When I'm sitting there, I feel like I'm in the family room with my friends talking about games. Just being in the chat, and I appreciate all of you guys for supporting Rand and
supporting
Jazz
all
when
of
he's
us.
not here.
ILP.
Yeah, we appreciate it a lot.
Much love. Facts.
So
yeah, I got to have you on hang with Mag and I for an hour or two.
Yeah, because I was just on
closer to
ILP
Showcase.
on Sunday to talk about that stuff. So it's time to do some Code Eastwood and XNC.
Get that camera, get that lens,
Get that camera ready to go,
shined up.
Yeah.
Both of you guys are gonna try to be like, you play some Cyberpunk.
No, shut up. Well, you know what? Rand's handsome, guys. We need to get that camera on Randall Handsome and get him going.
Get him going, man. We got to get him outside.
All right. Well,
Handsome
thank
Rand.
both of you for
Boys.
being here.
Likewise, everyone have a good one. I will talk with you.
All right, later, guys. Because I gotta get through all the rest of this
Pay the
stuff.
bills. Pay the bills, brother. Peace.
Later.
All right, later.
All right. So we have let's see here. What we got? We got www Snipes WW says, I was casual to Game Pass, now I play everything. I think that's something Microsoft wants people to actually kind of like do. Is like, hey, you play these games, now you're playing all these games. Supernova with the 5. All this impact for the Xbox brand and financial returns is caused by Game Pass. Simply change day one releases to 6 months or 1 year. But Supernova, what if they changed it to where if you wanted day one releases, you had to subscribe to Ultimate and you could no longer subscribe to like a lower tier? Would that be like okay for you and financial returns where everybody has to subscribe to the highest tier to get the max value? I wonder what you would think about that. Zaki with the $9.99. Keep up the good work, fellas. Rand just finished The Will of the Many. Very, very good book. Indeed it was. Will of the Many was a great start to the Hierarchy trilogy. It was damn good. I'm glad you read it. Joseph with the 100 knock. I have no idea what that is, but thank you. Day one releases on PlayStation is good money for Microsoft, so they don't need remove day one from Game Pass. Just make money on both platforms. Hilson to Xbox 2 plus X and C plus ILP from Norway. Well, shout out to you in Norway. I'm over here in Chicago. Cog's over in New York, and Colt's in Washington, I believe. Dan Webb with the 10. Great show, guys. Looking forward to seeing what they bring at the showcase. Are you all excited for Furiosa? Film looks incredible. Makes me wish we had gotten a second Mad Max game. I never played the Mad Max game. I have it. I think someone sent it to me. It's in my backlog as a game I want to try at some point. I definitely will watch Furiosa because the last Mad Max movie was cinema. Obviously, I'm not going to go to the show for it, but I will watch it when it comes on, I can rent it or whatever. Echelon with 7 with the 10. Peace to you, 3 young brothers, and my sincere condolences to you and your family, Lord Cognito. Yes, I think Cog had a death in the family, so I'm sure, I think he saw all the well wishes in the chat as well as on Twitter. Meat Puppet 007 with the 10. Do you think we will see World of Warcraft on the Series X or S? Maybe in a few years. There's always been talk that they're going to do it, so I think they'll do it eventually. RDX Son of Fat. Pony's already downplaying Hellblade 2. Sad. Activision new studio was made 2 years ago, I guess. Yeah, it wasn't like it was made yesterday. They've been working together for a little bit of time. Donataku. Media when Bethesda Studios close. Why would Xbox do this? Media when Activision Studio opens. Xbox had nothing to do with this. Hashtag Xbox tax. Why you gotta do that, Don? It does feel like that, doesn't it? Senior Bean with the 5. Did you guys see a new narrative just dropped? Apparently caught on Game Pass on day one is going to ruin the franchise. Worst deal in gaming, etc. Great show. I did not see this. I have seen some people flip and be like, well, of course they're going to put Call of Duty in Game Pass back when like the deal was closed in 2022. Now those same people are like, it's going to ruin everything. It's like, man, how quickly opinions change regarding some of this stuff. Oni with the 5. If only Xbox had some current-gen Avatar games. Instant, smaller, cheaper games. Devs don't even have to make characters, just a world to play in. Okay. Jay Foley with the 10. Hey, Rand, I think they should just do an add-on package tier for COD. Let us keep the ultimate price, but if we want all the CODs, we can pay for an add-on to our ultimate. I sort of feel like they want to keep it simple. I don't think they want to add a whole bunch of stuff like that. I know there are some places like Amazon will have like add-ons, like you can buy stars or you can buy AMC, and I think Apple does that too. So there is that in the subscription space, but in the gaming space there isn't. So it could be like, hey, here's $20 for Ultimate, but if you want Call of Duty, give us an extra $5. I'm not sure that would really fly, but I get what you're saying. Rodrigo Ballin with the 2. Rand's voice sounds like Jerry Seinfeld sometimes. Is that really true? Does that sound like Jerry Seinfeld? Interesting. Big Afroman with the 5. Colin ran Victory Lap saying, what happened with Tango? Was his proof Game Pass doesn't work after all? Don't you guys think it's too soon to tell? Yes, because you're assuming the reason they were shut down had to do with like the performance of Hi-Fi Rush in Game Pass or in sales, when there could be other reasons the studio was shut down. The only people that know the real reasons are the people that shut down the studio. Was it related to Hi-Fi Rush, or was there other reasons for it? Maybe we'll find out at some time. Maybe Jason Schreier will do some investigative journalism. But for now, people are obviously going to speak what they feel is their truth. And right now, people are going to use that as an indicator of, like, I was right the whole time. So, yeah, not surprising. FBI agent with the $2. Is it me, or is the Xbox Showcase buzz lacking? I would say in comparison to last year, it probably is lacking. Because there's a lot of question marks about the Xbox brand this year with everything that's going on. The closure of the studios, the third-party games. People don't seem to be as excited as they were. So, yeah, I do feel that the showcase buzz is a bit lacking. We got here. We have Mescalado with the 5. Lost in BS is a valid criticism of ACS, Assassin's Creed Shadows first Japanese Assassin's Creed, and Ubisoft punts on a monk protagonist to appeal to Western foreigners as a protagonist. Cynical savior trope play. Okay. Let's see. Brett says Borderlands 100% and Midnight Club 75%. I doubt it'll be Midnight Club, but there's a good chance it's Borderlands. Metal Macias with the $4.99. NFL 2K5 would have been king right now if EA didn't buy exclusive NFL rights. Yeah, we really do miss the competition in that space, even as someone who doesn't even play those games. We have Gamer by Choice. Colt, I have more games to play than time to play them, but maybe I play games differently. I put hundreds and thousands of hours in games I like. See, I don't. So you're a little bit different than me. Like, I usually beat a game and then I never play it again, unless I need to do another playthrough for whatever reasons. The game I have the most playtime in recently, this past 2 generations, is PUBG, and that's a multiplayer game designed to get you to replay stuff. But something like Stellar Blade, which I had 40 hours in and I beat, I'll never play Stellar Blade again. But I know some people are different, and maybe they'll play Stellar Blade for 200 hours, but that's not me. Chris Actual with the 10. I've been with Xbox for 20 years. This is the first time I'm doubting Xbox. I don't understand how Microsoft making all games multi-platform keeps Xbox and especially Game Pass sales up. Much love to all of you. That is the question everybody's kind of trying to figure out within themselves of, like, what are you doing? Supernova with the 2. Like EA or Ubisoft, highest tier equals day one releases. I think that's probably what they're going to do, if I had to guess. Andre with the 5. Just a reminder for you to play Outer Wilds, Rand. Have a great weekend, everybody. It's still on my list. I have it downloaded. So I will get to it at some point, even though I'm a slowpoke because I only really play one game at a time. So yeah, those are all the super chats. I want to thank everybody, for being here. It was great to have, Colt and Cog on the show. Because, they're my buddies. I talk to them every single day, pretty much. So it's almost like we're having our phone conversations or party chat conversations in the podcast. But we do also have the wonderful members of the Patreon. So I will read some of the questions there. And after we're done with that, it'll be the end of the show. So I don't know how many questions we have because I haven't looked at this. And I think Jez put it up late. So we'll get to it. But yeah, you can subscribe to Patreon at patreon.com/XP2. Links in the description. Also, if you're looking for some Manscaped products, you can use our code XP2 at manscaped.com for 20% off. That code's always good. So appreciate anybody that goes and buys any of that stuff to support us. We have Omen. Happy Friday. If this year's Call of Duty were to year drop Xbox One, PS4 support, do you think most of the Xbox One users would switch to an Xbox Series console over a PS5? Personally, I would worry that forcing console upgrades with COD might actually cause Xbox to lose even market share. Thoughts? I mean, that is a good way to get people to upgrade if they want to play the new COD. Warzone's still going to be on last gen, so maybe some people are Warzone players and they're not COD players, like the new physical release. It is an interesting thing. Like, you could say, okay, we're going to upgrade, but and I'm an Xbox One user, and I'm going to upgrade to the PlayStation instead of the Xbox. I guess that could be a worry. But if you're someone who probably only plays Call of Duty, maybe you don't know about what's going on. Maybe you don't even care about what's going on. So that's on Microsoft's marketing. They need to let people know. But I don't even think, I don't know, I'm not sure they're even dropping last gen. So this is a moot question until we find out, really. Eric Gregory. Hello, gentlemen. Thinking about what Rand was talking about with the subject of how many people will keep their Xbox by the time next generation comes around. I know among my friend groups on Xbox, they are talking about leaving for PC by the time next generation drops. Do you think that Xbox likeness has eroded too much in the console space? I mean, you can tell their sales are dropping even compared to the Xbox One. So there is that. I know more and more people are going to PC. Maybe Xbox doesn't mind as much because you can still buy their games there. I don't know. We'll see what happens the rest of the year regarding their sales and what COD does or doesn't do for Game Pass and their hardware. Maybe the hardware just constantly just falling off a cliff and they can't ever get it back up again. And when you get to a new console in 2026, like the rumor suggests, how many does that come out selling? What is the price point of that? Those are all questions that I have, and I'm not paid billions of dollars or thousands of dollars to determine that stuff. I don't know. It's all super interesting to me to see how Microsoft is going to try to stop this bleeding. It's also like, bro, so many people were worried that Xbox was going to be a monopoly. Just like 8 months ago, a year ago, Xbox was going to dominate the entire video game industry. There was people legit out there putting those thoughts, like they were scared out of their mind that this was going to happen. And now they're like, Xbox is dead and about to leave the business. Like, how do we get to being a monopoly to essentially getting out of everything? How do we speed run this? We have Monkey vs. Tramps. Happy Austin 316 episode, guys. If you could give a stunner to anyone, who would it be? Also, are you going to watch the Fury versus Usyk fight tomorrow? I am not. I don't know if that's boxing or MMA. I don't even know. If I could give a stunner to anybody, I would give a stunner to... I give a stunner to Jez. Out of nowhere, I'd be at E3, I'd come up on him, and I just would give him that stunner. I think that would be... Because they're trying to think of, like, would I give it to someone I really dislike? But no, it'll be to Jez, like a stunner. Here you go, Jez. Eat this. Silas, hello, Rand and Jez wannabes. If everyone could be Jez Corden for a day, what would you do? Oh, dude, I don't even know. I would hit up all of the sources that he has and try to get a picture of everything that's going on. I'd want to be like, okay, give me all this inside information. That's what I would do. I would like look at his DMs, find out who his sources are and stuff. That would be me. Laser Wolf, could Xbox learn from Sega on how to make games faster? They're doubling down on their bestsellers by reusing assets in a way no other publisher seems to get away with. Persona games reuse the same animations and Personas. Like Dragon reuses location assets and animations. Even Unicorn Overload reused voice lines from Like a Dragon. Yeah, I did say they were going to like make some of those games annual franchises. But sometimes you got to worry if the quality is going to decline and eventually sales will drop. I guess it depends if Xbox sees a future in some of those franchises. Like, personally, I wouldn't want them to do it. That's part of the reason I was always like, let Gears breathe a little bit. Because you were getting to Gears in 2006 and 2008 and 2011 and 2013 and the Ultimate in 2015 and Gears 4 in 2016 and Gears 5 in 2019. You couldn't miss Gears. So I'm actually happy they've taken all the time in the world to refresh and rethink maybe what they want to do, because by the time we get it either next year or the year after, it had been 7 or 6 years. And actually, I'm at the point now where I'm like, I could go for another Gears game. I'm not sure, like, oh, we're going to have a Gears 6 in 2026, and then Gears 7 in 2027, and then Gears 8. That would just kind of turn me off of the franchise if you're constantly getting it like that. Maybe it works for Sega and some of their franchises, but I don't know if it works for everything. I'd rather have a nice gap, like, you know. But that's just me. Maybe others are like, I love the fact that we're going to get Persona and all this stuff all the time, or the Like a Dragon games. I always see it on Twitter. People are always excited about those releases. So I guess it's, you know, different strokes for different folks, essentially. What we got here? We got Ford a Brand. Says, hello, gents. I just wanted to start by saying my name is Ford the Brand. Okay. People in the Discord server think it's Ford a Brand. I think that's kind of what I said. It's Ford the Brand. Okay. I just wanted to ask how you think Xbox can pull itself away from this PR nightmare they're experiencing. Does another business update need to occur with Hood and Nadella present? Or should Phil, Matt, and Sarah just stay quiet since things seems to be out of their control? Thanks, and I hope you have a great Friday, guys. Well, I mean, you're going to have to showcase. You're probably going to have an interview with Phil. I don't know what's going to be said. I don't know what Ryan's going to ask him. Do you need to do another update? I mean, maybe not unless you're 100% sure, like, this is what we're doing. Like, all of our games are day one, or all of our games are exclusive to our platform, or all of our games are coming to PlayStation a year later. I don't think you need Satya and Amy there because they're not gamers. That's what Phil and all those them are for. But honestly, I've said this on the podcast for a while. Phil and Xbox just need to be quiet. They just need to move like PlayStation and Nintendo do, and only speak when they have something to actually say. Let your games do all the talking now, right? I know you were the challenger brand. You were beaten down, so they kind of buddied up with the community. But I think because of the way business has gone, they've said things that no longer hold true. So every one of their quotes gets thrown back in their face because what was true in 2020 isn't true anymore in 2024. And I don't think it's helping. People are constantly just sneering at Xbox or anytime they say anything. I mean, look at the announcement about the new studio. People were making fun of it. People were downright downplaying it, saying how long till it closes and all those things. Even journalists were kind of being snarky about it. You know, at that point, you've kind of lost that battle, and maybe it's not even best to engage. You know, Sarah Bond gives an interview with Bloomberg, answers some questions, but the one question that sort of really mattered, at least to a lot of us, was, hey, why'd you shut down Tango? A really innocuous, simple question that, you know, has a simple answer, really, or at least an answer that you could convey. It was like word salad, word soup. And it just made people more frustrated because they didn't really get an answer. And so they sort of feel lied to, kind of led astray a little bit. So for me, I'd just be like, you just need to just go away. Do your business behind closed doors. Do your deals. The media is not your friend. They will never be your friend. Doesn't matter who you talk to. People are going to take whatever things you say and spin it up in whatever context they want, as we talked about earlier in the show. So you just need to be like PlayStation and Nintendo and only talk when you need to, and don't bother with the media as much as you have. Batman Beyond says, hey, Rand, please talk about how awesome X-Men 97 is. X-Men 97 is amazing. I binged it over the weekend in preparation for the final episode, and it is so freaking good. It's probably the best Marvel content since maybe Endgame or Infinity War or like Winter Soldier, because I think a lot of the Marvel content since Endgame has really been subpar and lackluster. Outside of maybe like Guardians of the Galaxy 3. But watching this, like, you got the nostalgia because I used to watch the TV show as a kid on Saturday mornings, and it was just really damn good. So if you haven't watched X-Men 97, do yourself a favor and do so, especially if you like the X-Men or you're interested in that type of content, because it's fantastic. Book and Beard says, the new Snapdragon and Mac M4 benchmarks we've seen are impressive, but the gaming performance on them doesn't come close to what we have on consoles. With Windows and ARM being a big focus for Microsoft next week at Build, do you expect to see GPU manufacturers make new cards specifically for those machines? Are we more likely to see expensive SoCs that run hotter from companies like NVIDIA and AMD? Or is this the dream of ARM-based gaming still a couple generations out? That seems like a question for Jez. I don't know anything about this. So make sure you ask this next week in addition to whatever other question you want to ask, because I can't honestly answer this question because I just don't know. I wouldn't even have an opinion on it because I'm not, that's not anything I really think about or even look at. So I have no idea. Butterball 8 says, hey Rand and Lord Beefy, hope everything's going well. Do you think the Game Pass ad tier will be announced in the near future? And what do you think about the new handheld possibly being powered by ARM? I think I don't know. I think the handheld, I don't know what they're going to do with the handheld. But as far as the Game Pass ad tier, I think maybe it's too early for that. I think maybe you do an ad tier after you get Call of Duty, maybe next year, the year after, or when you have your streaming stuff all really set up and aligned to go. I don't think it's going to be the new tier that's being added personally. But I do think it'll probably come eventually. And I don't even think this new tier that I've talked about is going to even be announced at the showcase. I think it'll be later on, like after summertime, maybe like early fall, maybe like July, August, September timeframe. Achievement says, do you think Stellar Blade sold any PlayStation 5s? Like, probably, I would say probably not. But not every game, not every exclusive game needs to actually sell consoles. You just need to make a game for the people that own the console. So I would say if it sold any PlayStation 5s, it's a very, very minuscule amount. Lewis Aldris says, happy Friday. Hope your week has been amazing, Rand. Mine ended on a down note, but at least I have my favorite podcast to keep me company. Now that Jez isn't here, we can finally talk about books that aren't coloring in books. Have you read either The Jade Shards or Jade Settler of Janelan novellas from the Green Bone Saga? If not, I highly recommend them. They are fantastic. I have not read either of the novellas from the Green Bone Saga. Maybe I'll get to them at some point. I also wasn't the biggest fan of the Jane Bone Saga or the Green Bone Saga. I had some issues with Jade Legacy. I still enjoyed the books, don't get me wrong, but people had hyped that trilogy up to me as like the next coming of Jesus and the greatest thing like since sliced bread. And maybe I had my expectations so high, but it just didn't reach those levels for me. But I have not read the novellas. Just James. Hello, random guest. Now Jez is gone. The show will go on. My question to ask all of you is, what game did you just hunt for achievements and didn't enjoy the game? I know Rand really loved the Barbie games. I mean, although there's plenty of them. You can look through my card. There are plenty of games I played strictly for achievements. There's too many to mention. But yeah, Colton, Cog aren't here to answer that. Any of the family games, you know, like Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs or any of that stuff, all strictly was for achievements. Yeah, I'm sometimes I think back on that. I mean, a lot of Connect games, like the dancing games, like High School Musical. I think I even did some High School Musical games with a mic, like one of those like actual mics you sing into, because they were easy to get 1,000. Like, I was literally for like the High School Musical games. I literally had the mic and I put it in front of the speakers and the game would just give you 100%. So it was just, I was just holding the mic in front of the speakers. And anytime I wouldn't get 100%, I would like bitch and be like, God damn it. And I only made sure to actually play those type of games when nobody was around, right? Because I was like, I didn't want people to see I was doing this. I was ashamed. Or any like the Connect dancing games either. Yeah, I don't think back too fondly on those. Dave Ramos. Hey, Rand, I haven't read a book since Michael Crichton's Timeline, which I loved. Hearing you talk about books you've read, I've become more interested than I've been to read a book in more than 20 years. Could you recommend a book for a non-reader looking to dip their toes back in the water? I'm about to go on a week-long trip to India with long flights and would use this as an opportunity to dive in, to test if my interest in reading has changed. P.S. Every week you and Jez bring level coverage to the gaming space, and nearly every week there's a fan sharing their thanks. Add me to the list. Thanks, gentlemen. Keep doing you. It's great. Well, thank you, Dave. And I will recommend the same book I recommend to everybody who asks me this question, because everybody I've recommended it to has told me they loved it. People who don't read, so I think they really fit the mold that you're in. Pick up Project Hail Mary from Andy Weir. He's the author of The Martian. This was his next book. Came out a couple years ago. They're actually making it a movie with the directors of, like, I think Across the Spider-Verse, or it's like Lord and Miller are the directors, and Ryan Gosling is going to be in it. But everybody I've recommended to has loved Project Hail Mary. So that would be the one I would recommend. I think you'd probably really love it. And I wouldn't be surprised if you finished it on your flight home. Once you start, if you really get into it, you will not be able to put it down. It's science fiction, but it's so good. So that's the book I would recommend. Good old Collinwood. Hello, Rand and company. So we know that Stalker 2 is coming out later this year with an exclusivity contract on Game Pass of 3 months. Given a recent event of Square Enix pivoting to a multi-platform strategy, is there still worth in this exclusivity? Are we looking at the final temporary non-first-party exclusive game on Xbox? That is an interesting question. And that contract we know of was a couple years ago. There's every possibility that the exclusivity for that game is longer than 3 months. And even if it's only 3 months, that doesn't necessarily say or mean that they'll have a PlayStation version ready after 3 months. You know, they're going through a lot with that game. So who knows when another version of that game actually appears. I guess it depends if Xbox still sees value in getting exclusives like that. Or if it's like, it doesn't matter if it's also on PlayStation, we would just want it on Game Pass. I wonder if they've changed it where it was like, hey, we'll be exclusive to Xbox if we go into Game Pass. Is that something they're still willing to pay for? I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. Because I'm trying to think. Like, Flintlock is multi-platform. I think Replaced is just Xbox, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe that's an example of that. Planet Alana just came out from them. Thunderful a year ago on Xbox, and then it was 6 months later on PlayStation, whatever it was. So those could be older deals. I guess only time will tell if we see similar stuff where there's exclusive to Xbox and Game Pass, and it eventually comes to other platforms. Governor Grimm. So what do you make of the rumored tiers for Game Pass? Also, repeated my question from Xbox 2+1 since Cog and Colt are here. Well, they're not here anymore. Do you guys think Xbox will provide a clear message about the platform going forward at the show? Or will they let confusion about the platform future continue? Cog, I'm not hitting you with that. With any let me play with your joystick slander, but tell King Lord Attic and the Mustard Hearts are outside at the gates. Well, they're not here anymore because it's a long show. The rumored tiers, I mean, it could be the ad tier, but I don't think it is. Maybe it's a restructuring of one of the current tiers to remove, like, day and date games. So they could be like, all right, if you want Call of Duty and any day-and-date games we have, it's in Game Pass. It's an Ultimate, right? And make Ultimate the tier where if you want day-and-date games, that's the one you got to pay for to move everybody who is still left on the lower tiers into an upper one. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's like a new tier, replacing an existing one, or maybe it's a higher tier than Ultimate. I mean, I guess there's a lot of different options, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was a tier that didn't have day one games in it, and everybody kind of had to move into Ultimate to be able to get those stuff because of price hikes and you're adding Call of Duty, right? And Hugh, hello, Rand and guests. Despite the recent studio closures, do you think Xbox may still surprise us by opening more studios under Xbox, Bethesda, and ABK, just like Elsewhere, which was just announced? I mean, if you would have asked this before Elsewhere was announced, I would have said no, but clearly they were doing that, so it's still possible. I mean, Bethesda just shut down 4 studios, so maybe they don't start any new ones up. And I don't know. I can't really see Xbox starting a new studio up either. So I'm going to say no for the foreseeable future on those. But I could be wrong. I would have said no before this week started, and then, they dropped the ABK thing. So, yeah. And let's see. We got Down Taku. What's up, Rand? Since Jez isn't here, you're officially the biggest Pokemon fan on the panel. Now I have an ultimatum for you. You have the choice of beating 3 mainline Pokemon games or doing a weekly Nintendo podcast for a year. Which which opportunity would you take? Beat 3 mainland Pokemon games or doing a weekly Pokemon show. How long is the show? An hour? That'd be 52 hours. Because now I got to get into the hours. How long will 3 mainland Pokemon games take me to play versus how long is a weekly Pokemon podcast? 52 weeks a year. I guess if it was less time than beating those 3 games, then I would choose the podcast versus the games. Because I said Pokemon games, aren't they on the longer end? Even if each one was 20, that's still 60. So if we're doing an hour Pokemon show, I would probably choose that because it would be less time than actually playing the games. So, yeah. I don't know. Jet Sprite with the $2.99. Surprised Hellblade 2 didn't have paid early access. I'm not. I mean, usually you see games that have paid early access that have an expansion to sell, like Starfield or like Forza Horizon, something to actually give you extra content. And as far as we know, like Hellblade 2 doesn't have any expansions. So that's sort of tough to really sell just early access because they want to give you something for the money plus the early access. So I'm not surprised that it didn't have early access. But anyways, yeah. That is I think that's the show. We got a lot done, and it was really cool to hang with my buddies Colt and Lord Cognito. Jez will be back sometime next week because he's away at a studio visit, and we'll see if we can do an Xbox Ultimate this week, or maybe we'll save that for the week after. We're working on guests for after the showcase, who we want to talk to see how we feeling about everything, right? But yeah, we'll be back next Friday, episode 317. Jez will be back. And I want to thank everybody for being here all this time, hanging out with us. You're awesome. We love you. And I hope you have a great weekend. Read some books, watch some TV shows. I got to start Shogun. That is something I've been kind of meaning to do, even though I just ran through X-Men 97. I got to watch Invincible Season 2. Everybody's trying to get me to watch Baby Reindeer. The Ghostbusters movie is available to rent, and I kind of want to watch that. I did rent the Late Night with the Devil, which I rented that, and just surprised me. I thought it was really cool. So I got some TV and movie stuff I need to watch. I got Hellblade 2 to play. I got books to read, so I'm all set. But thank you guys so much for staying here with me. Have a great weekend, guys. And yeah, keep it gaming, everybody. Later. Alrighty. Welcome to the show that never ends. I am one of your hosts of the Xbox 2 podcast, the one, the only, Randall419, the man with the million. And as always, do we have a sober or inebriated Jez Corden of Wendell Central, because he is back at home in the UK visiting family and he posted things of drinks. So what Jez Corden are we getting today for this show, I wonder?
I am slightly inebriated,
Slightly.
but it's fine.
Slightly. What were you having to drink?
Right what? Had ginger beer and then cider, and then we had these. We did like 6 shots each of they were called Christmas Cinnamon Swirl Baileys, but it was just basically Baileys with spiced rum mixed into a shot glass, and then there's some whiskey and there was some rum on the go. So, but we're okay. We're not drunk, really.
Mm-hmm.
We're fine.
We're good.
Okay.
We're good.
We're good. And I'm drinking Monster Energy drink to get it from my system quick.
Joe Repko says, is Jez ever truly sober? That is the question. Tim says Tipsy Jez is the best Jez. So
yeah, we're not wasted. We're fine.
I actually kind of thought
we've got a lot to talk about.
I actually kind of thought, since you're back in the UK and you were visiting family, I was like, is he and you were like, we're either going to have to do the show 2 hours later on Friday, which, sorry for that, but it is the holidays after all. You were like, we're going to have to do either 2 hours later on Friday, or we're going to have to do the show on Monday. And I was like, well, Iron Lords isn't on Sunday anymore. The Iron Lords have hung up Iron Lords podcast for their year. We could have done it Sunday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because Iron Lords, they're
taking a break.
They're taking all the rest of the year off, right? And there's some other podcasts that are doing that. But there's no time off for the Xbox 2. You know what I mean?
Oh, we're not doing time off.
I don't think so, unless we take off like the last episode of the year. But I doubtful.
No, I mean, what? Yeah, why? I mean, yeah, we'll rock it all over Christmas with you guys because we have no life.
Yeah. Plus, it's just me and Jez, So it's kind of like, all right. I sort of figured possibly when I saw you post the pictures of those drinks, I was like, I'm gonna get a message saying that he can't do the show today, and then we'll just have to move it till Monday. But no, he showed up, and I was like, all right, he's here, and we do have quite a bit to talk about. Although Jez did say to me before we started the show, he's like, he looked at the title of the podcast, he's like, man, he's like, what'd you say? Why are we talking?
Why are we talking about The Last of Us?
PlayStation?
It's not an Xbox game.
Yeah, you're like, why are we talking about Last of Us? It's not an Xbox game. And I was like, well, I mean, it is